Alright. Okay and alright. We are here! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more GRANBLUE Fantasy RELINK. Today, we're going to be handling all of the Fate episodes of all characters. So, to get through that...
Yeah? Alright.
You have to excuse me, I'm adjusting my mic. My, pop filter, as it were. And I'm moving some things around. I keep forgetting that I need to be sharing when I go live. No, don't hit that. I need to be sharing when I go live with these streams. I need to be letting people know all over the internet that I am live and I am here to entertain you. That's something I just keep forgetting. Alright, cool. There we go. Everyone knows that I'm live. As long as they do. That's perfectly fine with me. But yes, we are going to be taking care of everyone's Fate episodes. I went through the process of trying to level up everyone as much as I could to get to the level necessary for them to do all of their Fate episodes. So before we even get started with that, I got my hands on all the crew cards that I needed in order to get the last 5 characters. So now I can get Lancelot, Vayne, Percival, Siegfried, and Zeta. So let's go ahead and just get them. Lancelot, a knight who leads the Order of the White Dragons. He earned the trust of the king and citizens of Fiendrock through his heroic endeavors. You will be first.
Did you wait long, Captain?
Lancelot joined you on your journey. Do you want to practice with Lancelot? Gajil, my friend, it is good to see you as always. Look, man, last night was something else. Last night, let me explain to all of you, to everyone, both present and in the future. Let me explain to you what happened the previous night before this recording. Me and Gajil, as we have been prone to do for the past several days, we play another session of GRANBLUE, and we unlock a feature called Transmarvel. I'll show it all to you once I'm done practicing with Lancelot, which enables you to get not only high-grade right stones, but also incredibly high-grade sigils, and sigils that actually give you 2 character skills on 1 sigil by itself, so that all the character skills you see over in the shop, you actually can get both character skills on 1 singular sigil, so you can have the benefits of that, and you only need to use 1 slot for it when you're putting it in your gear. So, me and him, we're using Transmarvel, we're using it a lot, and Gajil is just getting God roll after God roll after God roll after God roll. He even got 2 God rolls back to each other. And I'm here trying that for myself, and I'm getting like singular character skills with extra skills on top of them, but they're not dual character skills. So I'm like, what did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong that won't allow me to get what Gajil's getting. And he keeps getting more of them. Like he gets one for Narmaya, he gets one for so many of his characters, and I'm like, I can't get one? You can't even just tease me and say, like, we're gonna give you one, and then you ain't gonna get one for the next 4 hours. I can't even get like a pity drop. I can't even get it like after 50 tries, then it'll drop for you. I can't even get those. But Gajil had the most insane amount of luck, because the way Transmarvel works, and I'll explain it again once we actually open it up. The way Transmarvel works is that the sigils and stuff you get is entirely random. The combinations of them are entirely random. And Gajil got not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not even 5. He got several of these sigils. And I'm like, yeah, I'm tired. I think we need to call it a night. Because I tried my best and nothing was working. And I thought to myself, Lord, what am I doing wrong? Speak to me, Lord. Tell me what I must do so I can get a character skill. So that's how it was last night. Gajil with 100% luck chance, 100% chance for it to drop when he's using Transmarvel, and me with a -50. That was already stacked from me barely being able to get some Silver Centrum for weapon upgrades. So it's like, okay. I guess I'm just working backwards today. Controlling Lancelot. Wielding dual blades, Lancelot leads Fiend Drock's Order of the White Dragons. He employs his icy blade. Ow, that hurts. My app still hurts, and therefore coughing hurts. He employs his icy blades to cut down his enemies with dazzling skill and speed. Lancelot will continuously attack in place for as long as you repeatedly tap square. Cap off a series of square attacks with triangle to unleash a powerful finisher. Move the left stick while pressing triangle to dodge in that direction while attacking. Run circles around your enemies and finish them off before they can react. What game? I played a game where you had a button where you could just dodge around everyone. What am I thinking of? There was a game that allowed you to just be straight up attacking. You hit a button and then you're right behind them. I might be thinking of Kingdom Hearts whenever you use reversal on like the nobodies and you just shifted around them. Or the, Bloodhound Step from Elden Ring that allows you to get behind someone real quick. Something like that. All right, let's see what you do.
Show no quarter. Parry this. Wide open. Surrender. Too slow. Stay focused.
Okay, so it's very apparent that Lancelot and Charlotta are gonna be like the DPS heavy people. Along with Rackham. I was playing with Rackham. I was pretty much leveling up everybody before I started the stream.
Surrender.
And Rackham, he has like this 3-shot burst that you can constantly trigger if you just time your button presses.
Away with you. Stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused. Up here. Behold. Upheld by fangs of flaming ice. Honor will prevail. Get free. On guard.
These are some nice skills. Psycho, good to see you. All right, that's Lancelot. Next, Vayne, the vice captain of Fiendrock's Order of the White Dragons. He is an ardent champion of justice who despises evil. Go ahead and unlock him.
How's it going? Heard you needed a hero.
Sounds like something Hercules would have said at the beginning of Disney's Hercules. Vayne joined you on your journey, and we shall practice with him. The great thing about Vayne is he has his own little domain expansion that just makes everybody invincible inside of it, and it protects everybody from attacks from the outside. So with the guy with the ice swords, he looks insane. That's Lancelot, the leader of the Order of White Dragons. Order of the White Dragons.
Vayne of the White Dragons, ready?
Controlling Vayne. Vayne is the cheerful vice captain of Fiendrock's Order of the White Dragons. When it comes to battles, he's often seen charging headlong into enemy lines. Press square to overwhelm foes with powerful slashes. His wide triangle swings allow him to block and attack at the same time. Pulling off combos fills the beatdown gauge. Vayne can perform powerful triangle combos as long as he has enough gauge to sustain the combo. Interesting.
Tango! See ya, coward!
Let's try and get his gauge filled up. Gonna level him up. That barrier is gonna be very helpful on Proud difficulty.
See ya!
Yo, CDs, good to see you.
Let's fly! You ready for this? The left force! Soar and score!
Oh, and he gets stout hard as well.
Up and see ya! Coward!
Must be lunchtime for Kyushu. Not necessarily, not at the moment.
See ya! Eat this! Feel the star! You're all going down! Hungry?
Kitty, welcome.
Yourself to some justice! Go in pain!
It's over 1 million. Hold on, game. What you talking about? What you talking about over 1 million? Currently, Kitty, and currently, CDs, we are going through unlocking the rest of the characters for the base game. I'm going through the list. We just got Percival, Siegfried, and Zeta. And then I'll have all characters unlocked. And then I'll start working on their Fate episodes. And then we'll do a bit of farming. How's it going? Oh, it's going fantastic. A day I get to do what I love is a day well spent. Percival joined you on your journey. And we shall practice.
We can afford them no mercy.
Controlling Percival, dubbed the Lord of Flames. This knight visits nations to gain knowledge on how to create his own ideal country. Armed with sword and magic, all foes wither before his might. Press square repeatedly to perform a combo. His triangle attack is chargeable for more power. Percival can charge his triangle attack even while on the move. Furthermore, he won't flinch if he gets hit by an attack while charging. And that's very beneficial. He just gets innate stout heart.
Back to the void. You cannot win. On your knees. It's over! Back to the void. can't win. On your knees. Yield! Bend to my will, or it's over!
Okay, that's a nice burst there.
Fear no darkness! Burn. Out of my sight! Now for ruin! It's over! Make way or die! Burn. Back to the void. You cannot win. Out of my sight! It's over! You met your match! Despair. This ground shall be your pile! Return to the abyss!
And a happy Valentine's Day to you too as well, kitty. Alright, we've seen his moves, though not all of them because I gotta unlock some of them. But that's Percival. Lord of Flames indeed. Siegfried! An exceptional knight with a calm demeanor. After falling victim to a court conspiracy, he fled his country and became a tragic hero. This is Gajiel's best character. I will not be able to do him justice as Gajiel does,
True strength
but I'll try my best to make him look good.
found in camaraderie.
Siegfried joined you on your journey.
I'll finish this quickly.
Controlling Siegfried. The blood of a dragon flows through the veins of this powerful knight. He swings his greatsword with ease and cleaves enemies in twain. You don't see people using twain in sentences no more. It's such a refreshing thing to see. Press square repeatedly to perform a combo. Press triangle to perform a lunging attack that foes will have a hard time interrupting. His square attacks will hit even harder when chained together in a combo with perfect timing. So I gotta use him like I would Gondagoza if I want to get the most out of his attacks then.
Surrender! You're finished! Meet your doom! Prove your strength! Push through!
Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Gots to go. Have fun. Kitty, you have fun as well. And don't work too hard.
Bear witness! You're finished! By my blade! Taste defeat! This is power! Push through! This is power! Enough? By my blade, you're finished! Be gone! Meet your doom! Push through! This is power! Break! Bear with! Push through! Ready! You're finished! You are nothing! Enough? Let us begin! This is power! Let our blades do the talking! Be gone! Feel yourself! Push through! You're finished! By my blade! Surrender! Prove your strength! I've seen enough. O blade which sunders evil,
Forza Vega!
Interesting. All right. Not to say that, I mean, I've seen Gajil use Siegfried for pretty much a vast majority of our sessions, so I've seen the things that Siegfried is capable of. And given the fact that the first time you guys saw Siegfried on this channel, this Joker was doing 1,000,000 damage on his own. And neither I or Gajil have reached the pinnacle of power quite yet. There's still so much power we can gain. But this has been Siegfried. We only have one more person, and that's Zeta. Then I'll have all characters unlocked. Here's the thing, Gajil. You know how they're going to be adding Soifon and Toyin. There's space for more. And who's to say that this list doesn't turn into like a scrolling list of characters if they add more characters? Because for those of you who don't know, there is a roadmap for content for this game. It's a bit of a small roadmap, but it's a roadmap all the same. So, starting next month, we will be getting Lucilius as a raid boss. If you've played the GRANBLUE fantasy fighting game, the recent ones, such as Versus Rising, I don't know what that is. Okay, that's better. But if you've played GRANBLUE Fantasy Versus Rising, you know who Lucilius is. In the lore of GRANBLUE, he's basically the creator of all primal beasts in the GRANBLUE Fantasy universe. And he's going to be a raid boss. He is also quite possibly the most powerful being in the entire GRANBLUE universe that has ever existed. Yeah, I mean, you would think so, given the fact that he created the first primal beasts. So that level of power is already substantial. But he's going to be a raid boss in March, and I really hope the reward for beating him is him becoming a playable character. But after that, we're going to be getting Seifon and Toyin, who are two members of a group called the Eternals. Pretty much the strongest crew, the strongest skyfaring crew in the entire world. Where their leader, Seifon, is regarded and called the world's strongest human. And the power he wields, I mean, it gives a lot of credit to that, because he wields a sword called the 7-star blade, a 7-star sword that is essentially he wields enough power to literally break the heavens itself. So you know, during the story where Bahamut Versa and Lilith was trying to, well, actually, it was a good example would be Lilith trying to open up a doorway to get back to the astral realm, but that amount of energy would pretty much destroy the entire skies. Well, to give you a bit of a rough comparison as to how powerful Seifon is, his power is so potent it is capable of destroying the skies 7 times over. So, I don't know how powerful Lilith trying to open up the gateway to the astral realm with Angra Mainyu was in comparison to Seifon, but being able to destroy the entire skydom in which this story takes place and have enough power where you can destroy it 7 times over, yeah, it's no wonder he's regarded as the strongest human. And then you have Toyin, who uses a weapon called the 2-star bow, and her eyesight is beyond human comprehension. Her shots always find their mark, and Gajil was reading out her skills to me yesterday. And one of her skills makes it so that when she uses a single arrow, she can kill multiple people with it. Well, multiple enemies with it. Not necessarily people, because the Eternals, they're pretty much the good guys. They're pretty much the good guys. But with Toyin, when she looses an arrow, that arrow takes out entire crowds. It's not just like a giant arrow. The closest you can compare it to is that she basically can turn all of her arrows into Yondu's arrows. So she's capable of using one arrow to take out multiple crowds of enemies. So I really can't wait to see what they do with both her and Seophon in terms of their strength, their power, their weapons, and all that. But we won't get to see that until April. So, yeah. I'm excited, though. But let's go ahead and get to Zeta, because we need to get to these Fate episodes. Zeta! A daring warrior who hunts primal beasts for the Society. Contractor to the seal weapon known as Spear of Arvis. She uses her speed to great effect in battle. And you're the last person I have to unlock.
Need backup? I'm your girl.
Squad's all here. Unlock all characters. Zeta joined you on your journey. And now we shall practice.
Do your worst.
Controlling Zeta. Zeta works for the Society, a group that hunts primal beasts. She's armed with a seal weapon named Arvis. I don't know what's going on.
Get out of my sister! You are not welcome here!
I ought to be fine now. She's armed with a seal weapon named Arvis, and she excels at counters and speedy aerial attacks. She'll jump high off of a foe after using a square combo or certain skills. Press square while airborne to dive bomb the foe. With well-timed square presses, she'll enter an attack loop. Pressing triangle allows Zeta to set up for a counter, and if successful, she'll jump high after countering. Press square or triangle while airborne to perform different attacks. So, game plan, counter, bounce off of the person over and over with perfect presses over and over, and then when they try to attack again, counter so you can jump back into the air and do more counters over and over and over again.
One more. Just try to run away. First one's free. One more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Keep up. Keep up. Just try to run away. I'll wipe him out. Come on. Got him. Infinite Wonder. Our best. Yeah. Oh yeah. One more. One more. Just try to run away. You're dead meat. Show him who's boss. Oh yeah. Keep up. Keep up. One more. One more. Just try to run away. You're dead. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're finished. Resolute. Right. Rain of Fury. Just try to run away. Keep up. One more. Oh yeah. Just try to run away. You pissed me off. Keep up.
So then?
Let's talk. I can make just about anything. Don't forget about upkeep.
Yes, can I help you? Come again.
So then?
What can I do you for? Wonder what kind of sigil we'll see today. Wonderful.
Wow. Was I really muted and you guys couldn't hear me at all? You guys couldn't hear... Ah! You guys couldn't hear me at all! Okay. Okay. I don't want to talk about it, but because I was just going off about the Transmarvel thing that I showed you guys.
A little less than an hour later, it was time to depart. But Vern was nowhere to be found.
Hurry, Skyfarers! We can't waste another second!
The later we got there, the more supplies would be stolen or destroyed. This could add up to weeks or even months of delay in Tempeal's restoration. Vern, I hope you're okay, bud. I was worried out of my mind, but a captain's gotta do what a captain's gotta do. I left a message for Vern with the merchant, and we set out.
Goblins? I can't even fight stinking goblins! What good am I? Just a scaredy lizard who brings everybody down. Man. If only I was more like my pal, swinging swords and shooting spells. Then I'd finally be able to help out. Maybe I could have stopped Avia from taking Lyria. Maybe I could have done something. How do you live the skyfaring life without combat skills? Heck, I can't even blow sparks, much less fire. What kind of dragon can't breathe fire? Ha! I tell everybody I'm a cool dragon, but I'm just a faker.
You are unworthy.
You were right, Ed. I'm not worthy. Not worthy of being in the crew. Not worthy of being the captain's best bud.
Ah, finally, here you are! I was looking everywhere for you!
Uh-huh. What did this old dude want with me?
Your captain left you a message. The crew's gone on ahead, but as an indispensable member of the Grand Cipher, they want you with them as soon as possible. And that's an order.
Indispensable? That meant like VIP, right? Me? For a second there, I was about to blow it off. Like, yeah, right, my bud's just saying that. But then I remembered, this crew had always kept it real. No lies, no flattery. Yeah, we kicked butt because we believed in one another. These guys were my best friends. And maybe we weren't perfect. I mean, we lost to Id, but my bud put his captain boots on and got right back up and tried again. It was never about swords or magic. It was about always moving forward, never giving up. And more than anything, it was about being there for each other. What was I worrying about? Who cares if I couldn't fight? There are 1,000,002 ways to help on an adventure. I mean, you try questing without a cook or a healer.
Hello? Merchant of Vern, do you read me? If you're done daydreaming now, I've got a ship ready to go.
It was time to get a move on, or I wasn't worth my scales. Sorry, everybody. Your pal Vern is on his way.
There we go. Let's do it to it.
The supply should be this way. Let's move.
Uh-oh, our potion stock's running low. We'll be okay against a few goblins, right?
Hopefully. Just don't overdo it.
Never enough!
Sure hope Vern's okay.
He was really down, wasn't he? Poor Vern.
Really need to remember to keep stop. I really need to remember to keep to hit the unmute button when I want to speak. I'm so sorry, but luckily I wasn't saying anything during when Vern was talking. But let me go back. Let me go back to when Gajil said, "Sir, it is time." So when I went over to the Transmarvel, what I was explaining to myself, apparently, because I was muted so none of you could hear me, was that Transmarvel thing you all saw was basically how you can get incredibly powerful sigils, incredibly powerful right stones, and sigils that have 2 character skills at once. Now, when he said, "Sir, it is time," I was saying, no, I'm not going to use it until I have 50 in stock. Because when you use level 1, 2, or 3 transmutation for sigils, you build up the bar down at the bottom for Transmarvel, which will give you the much sought-after skills, or at least have a chance at getting them. I'm not touching that until I have enough where I can put 50 in stock. Because I tried with 10. I've tried with 13. I didn't go to 15, and maybe that was my issue. I didn't go a little bit further. I didn't push for 15. But I am not attempting that again until I have 50 Transmarvel in stock. And if I can't get like a single character skill that has dual skills on it after using 50, then I just give up. Because that level of RNG just doesn't seem to like me, but we'll find out later. Right now, though, it's time to mop the floor with all of these goblins that gave me such a hard time. One shot.
People! Over there, by the supplies! We have to go help them!
You better be happy I didn't bring Vasaraga. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get no hits in.
Folks doing okay?
Skyfair, it's doing better now. You need these supplies to repair them. Looking good. Please, would you protect them?
Phew. I think that was the last of them.
Needless to say,
You saved Temteel's future.
Heads up, goblin reinforcements. Just don't quit.
needless to say, the characters I have with me, I probably don't need to fight at all.
Missed me? Took me forever to catch up.
Vern, was that an explosive? When did you get bombs?
Here come more of those stinking gobbles. Can you take them?
Sure can.
Head your line! Back off!
Yikes! Wyverns are coming from above! Watch your noggin!
If those goblins manage to steal any more of the supplies, then the relief effort's good as done. No kidding. They've already hauled half our grain to higher ground.
Higher ground? Sounds like a job for a cool dragon.
That's a great idea, Vern. Put your wings to use.
Are you sure you can manage? What if the goblins spot you?
Piece of cake! I'll be back in 30 seconds or your money back.
Last time I was here, I was like level 30 something. Now I'm level 100 with a whole bunch of skills that just make this such a trivial effort.
I found some of the stolen supplies. They're safe and sound.
Never enough!
Here's the second one. Here,
Appreciate
I
it.
brought potions. Everyone feeling better?
Thanks, Vern. You're a lifesaver.
Those goblins are getting napped. Don't fall for their trick. Yeah, got them all back. Those stinking gobbles didn't get a single sack.
The enemy have started their retreat. I think the worst has passed.
Thanks to you Skyfarers, Tempeel's finally gonna be rebuilt. We owe you everything.
Vern was the real MVP.
Aw, shucks. I bet you say that to all your lifelong pals.
When I tell y'all I went on an anime training arc,
Somehow or other.
when I tell y'all I went on an anime training arc.
After we'd secured the supplies, Vern talked about how he didn't think he was good enough for the crew. Obviously, he was the only one that felt that way. I'd always appreciated his support. During fights, he was a supply runner, lookout, and cheerleader. And both on and off the battlefield, he was my courage. But even the best people, and dragons, get discouraged sometimes. I really should have been more vocal about my appreciation. I made sure he knows now. We won the day because he came flying to the rescue. Just like I knew he would.
I'll always be there for you, pal.
He was back to his old self, basking in the praise of the crew. Which caused his ego to swell like a balloon, but hey, who doesn't need a little confidence boost after a dip? And Vern, let me just say it now. I value you. And all the hard work you do. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
All right, Gran gained another sigil slot.
Yeah?
Wow, it really is Wednesday, isn't it? I thought it was Tuesday. Huh. I actually thought it was Tuesday. Onwards to the next Fate episode.
Yes, can I help you?
We're doing them all.
Sometime after our mission in Tempeal, we bumped into the old merchant in Folca.
Well, look who the cat dragged in. Thanks for handling things in Tempeal. You all deserve the best.
Tempeal had been roughed up by Furican's rampage, and all of the locals were busy repairing the damage. The work we did that day had been crucial to those recovery efforts.
Out of curiosity, my young lizard friend, were you much help to your crew?
Uh-oh. He said the L word. I turned to Vern, ready for his usual furious tagline.
Thanks, Pops. You really helped me see the light.
Huh. This was new. The old man threw an apple to Vern, and they exchanged a nod. Then, without explaining this bizarre bond between them that just came out of the blue, he left.
Does anyone else feel like the space-time continuum just broke?
Io was staring, dumbfounded at the small dragon, who was already happily munching away on a tart Granny Smith. Had he matured? Enough to ignore his most hated of hated insults?
Seriously, this is just too much to believe. He called you a lizard and everything. Maybe the ship will be a little quieter from now on, huh?
Hold it! I ain't no lizard! And don't you say that in front of the apple! What if it hears you?
Maybe he'd get there in another adventure or two.
More power! Yes! Psycho, no big man today? No! I was playing with Narmaya because her method of gameplay really helped me get a lot of these characters to a high level very quickly. So I was just
Come again.
messing with Narmaya. But actually, I should show you how Gondagoza is right now. Because
You have chosen well.
I don't think you guys have seen my new Ascension weapon and how it looks. I don't think I made a video on that. I will make a video about GRANBLUE very, very soon because I really need people to know just how great this game is and how anime games should follow this pattern. So I'm going to be making a video on that very soon. I just need to get, like the footage and stuff, but I'm already prepared. I am already prepared to make a video because I'm tired of anime fighting games, except for Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero. Because that's the only exception, but I'm tired of these anime arena fighters. I'm tired of these anime fighting games. We need more anime RPGs, and GRANBLUE has literally shown everyone that this is a way that you can build off. A Jujutsu Kaisen game can be built off of this foundation. A My Hero game can be built off this foundation. A One Piece game can be built off of this foundation. And I feel like that is something that not a lot of people are taking, not a lot of studios are taking advantage of. Or at least I hope they are. Hope they realize that you can do more with RPGs than just fighting games. Because how good is Jujutsu Kaisen Curse Clash doing right now? How good is it? Does it got people talking? Does it got people hyped for another game of its kind? Or is it going the way of Naruto and Boruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections? Just wondering. But this is Gondagoza, and this is his ascension weapon called the Golden Fists of Ura. But they also have an additional name since I ascended them. Golden Fists of Ura, No Mercy. And as you can see, it's fully ascended, plus 99 Mirage munitions, and it has everything I could ever possibly need on him to make him broken. However, I'm trying to go for that special sigil for him so he can have both of his unique skills on at once. But back to the Fate episodes.
I'm gonna go get this report turned in.
Much thanks, Captain. Paperwork is...
Since the crew started helping Id with his job as the new Mr. Fix-It, we'd been really busy. The shop was completely flooded with requests. Those sad days when the Islanders didn't trust Id, they seemed like a lie now.
Lyria, how are you feeling today?
Id asked me that every time we met.
We're all worried about you. How's the lifelink holding up?
Right, our lifelink. Everyone thought it might have weakened when I was absorbed by Angra Mainyu. Honestly, I had been really scared back then. But now, with the weight of the sky off our shoulders, I felt better than ever. I flashed Vern and Id a smile to let them know I was okay. Talking about the lifelink brought back memories, and I realized Id still knew almost nothing about our adventures. I began by explaining Catalina's daring rescue of me and our escape from the Erste Empire. Then I described the big trees of Zinkenstill and the Imperial Hydra, and the sad reason I needed to make the lifelink with the captain. Eventually, we met Rackham and Io, Rosetta and Eugen. And before we knew it, our ship was full. It's really amazing how much our family has grown. The whole time I'd sat there, in silence, yes, but I could tell he was giving me 110% of his attention.
Since getting to Zega Grande, we've had a heck of a wild ride. But now that things have calmed down, we can get to making some good memories.
Sure.
I think I'm starting to understand Id. Sure, he has two modes, cold and colder. But if you really pay attention, you can see he has a warm enough heart. Id, the captain, the crew, you're the best friends I could ever ask for. Here's to hoping we'll be together forever.
Ah, yes. More power. Yes. On to the next Fate episode.
After some exciting paperwork, I returned to find Lyria and Vern taking Id on a walk down memory lane.
You guys have seen some amazing things.
This was coming from someone who survived Lilith's schemes and won a mind battle with a god dragon. We'd all been through a lot.
It's all because the captain looks out for us. Yep, my butt is epic. You saw him save Lyria and this whole freaking skydom?
I turned to look at Vern, open-mouthed. Where was all this coming from?
I'm just trying to be vocal about my appreciation, remember? So yeah, take care of Lyria and keep up the good work.
I could certainly manage that. just remembered. Sierra got us a whole bag of sweets, as thanks for all our hard work. Lyria and Vern exchanged a glance so charged, I thought the air between them was going to burst into flame.
You should have told us that first. Early dragon gets the grub.
Hey, no fair. Come on, Vern. Wait!
And just like that, they were off. Foodies, right?
Captain, you got a moment?
I turned around, about to ask, you want some too? But one look at Id's knitted brow, and the question died on my lips.
Let's duel.
Did I just hear that right? Why, though? Did he have something against cookies?
Sorry. It was the stories about your adventures. They put the thought into my head.
Oh, that's why... No, I still got nothing.
I want to protect Lyria just as much as you do.
He stalked away then, and left me staring after him. I was still having trouble piecing together his train of thought, but one thing was clear. He was doing it for Lyria's sake.
Yes. More power. But I gotta read something out. Because I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by this. So, recently, for those, how many people know of a game that's supposed to be launching this month called Skull and Bones? To those who don't know, it's Ubisoft's newest game where a lot of us have researched into it and found out that it's just a repurposed portion of Assassin's Creed 4. You know, the old Assassin's Creed game where you get to be like a pirate. They repurposed it and turned it into like a full-price game. And they're charging $70 for it. But you want to know the hilarious thing about it? People who have played the beta, both closed and open, are saying that it is not worth $70. Doesn't surprise me, because ain't no way you gonna make a pirate game where you get to build your ship, manage your crew, and you can't actually walk on your ship or actually get off onto islands. Everything is just done with like animations and stuff. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me Assassin's Creed 4 that did this all the way back in what? 2000 and what? Assassin's Creed 4 came out in what year? Assassin's Creed 4 came out when? What year? Hold on. I'm looking it up now. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, 2013. 2013. And you mean to tell me that basically 10 years have passed? And you can't do what Black Flag did, even if it's just a small portion? You ain't got to be like a whole story with you being an assassin and all that stuff, but you mean to tell me that what you did for Black Flag, you can't do 10 years later? On a new next-gen systems and new consoles, and y'all be earning buku money, but you can't afford to make it so that you can walk around on your ship and inspect and be an actual pirate and be immersed in it. Allow me to read you some of the comments from the people who have played the beta. So, and the funny thing about this is that the Ubisoft CEO has dubbed Skull and Bones a quadruple A game. Ah! That's funny. Out of everybody, Ubisoft should not be talking about what they consider quadruple A when they haven't been able to release any major sustainable hits in a hot minute. The last thing they released was Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, and that's basically just Far Cry in space. But go off, Chief. Go off. Let me continue. Ubisoft has defended Skull and Bones' lofty price tag, dubbing it a quadruple A game, but many who've played the recent beta aren't sold on it. Let's see here. In a recent investors call, thanks to VGC, Ubisoft CEO, what is that? Yves Guillemot? I don't know. Was challenged on the game's price by an analyst who argued that considering it appears to be going down the live service route with battle passes, seasonal events, an in-game store, and premium currency, the move would potentially limit the size of the player base. Instead, they suggested a free-to-play model might be more fitting. But Ubisoft, being idiots, defend. Let's make people pay for this thing. Guillemot defended the $70 asking price, saying, "You will see that Skull and Bones is a fully fledged game." That sounds nice on paper, to say that. But when people are saying like, it's a very big game, and we feel that people will really see how vast and complete that game is. I don't think this guy realizes that we don't look for how vast a game is. We look for the substance, which is why you can have a game that's as large as Assassin's Creed Valhalla's map, and you can travel from one nation to the next in this gigantic map, but in between then, a lot of the spaces tend to be very empty. Versus a contained map like Gotham City in Arkham Knight, or the size of Metropolis in Suicide Squad, and there is far more substance in its volume than it being just like, a 20-mile long city, and it just stretches on forever, but there's barely anything of interest or value in it. But, it's a very big game. Not everyone wants to play a big game. What if we just want to play something that's nice and contained, and it doesn't need to be overly large. Like, case in point, this game, GRANBLUE, it is not massive in terms of scope. Now, you have tons of places that you can visit and whatnot, all these different stages you can visit, but in comparison to a lot of open world games, this game is small in comparison. Yet the content that is included in this game trumps a lot of open world games that are out there right now. Trumps a lot of games that have boasted like, this game is huge. It's very huge. It is the best game you've ever seen. It's stuff like that. Substance over size will always be something that keeps people going in a lot of video games. Just because your game is big doesn't mean it's good. But, I'm no gaming expert, nor am I in a position of being a CEO of a major corporation, so what do I know, right? It's a very big game, and we feel that people will really see how vast and complete that game is. It's really full. Triple, quadruple A, it's a really full triple, quadruple A game that will deliver in the long run. Because we all know how much Ubisoft likes to support their games for a very long time. While Guillemot certainly seems confident that Skull and Bones is value for money, I don't think it is. It's a different story over on the Skull and Bones subreddit, cause that's where the truth lies. User Walking Dead 1282 says the game is fine so far, but adds that no way is it worth $70. They highlight issues such as ships feeling like they're sliding on the water rather than moving through it. Billion-dollar company can't even make ships feel realistic. And mass flags not blowing in the same direction as the wind breaks the immersion. Says these make this less of the game it's supposed to be. Many others are in agreement, saying that while they enjoy the game, the price is too high. There is absolutely no way I'd pay $70 or $90 for this game, comments one player. Another writes, I love this game, but the max I pay for any game is $40 to $50. Weighing in on the issue on a separate post, user AccomplishMonth85 reckons that the cost of entry will be Skull and Bones' undoing. I feel like this won't gain much traction, they write. If this wasn't in development limbo and they didn't need to recoup development costs, I could see this as a $30 to max $40 game, or better yet, free to play. And it started its and the thing about Skull and Bones is it started its development all the way back in 2013 as an expansion of Assassin's Creed 4. So basically, this is a repurposed expansion for a 10-year-old game being released 10 years later. It's supposed to be dropping in 2 days. And you already got people saying like, nah, I'm good. So of course, you know that's a good sign, right? Sorry, I just had to I just had to give you guys a good laugh because ain't no way you gonna make a repurposed expansion for a game meant for the PlayStation 3. For a game built on the PlayStation 3, no less. PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And then just develop it over time and try to turn it into its own full-fledged $70 game. But it's just like, matter of fact, you know what? Before we start this next thing, because we got a boss, and that boss is going to fall harder than a ton of bricks, I want to look up what people have said about Skull and Bones. I want to see what people are saying about Skull and Bones in the Reddit. Like, what are people's thoughts? Because I wonder about this game. You guys know I like to keep you informed about games and stuff. Alright, let's see. A Pirate's review. The rocket targeting UI is very difficult to see where it's going to land. Okay, that's great. So, one of the things that you could do in Assassin's Creed Black Flag was aim like mortars and stuff, and you could see it from a proper view where you can gauge where those shots were going to land. Well, the UI in Skull and Bones is it does it from like an almost over-the-shoulder view, which doesn't give you like an airborne view where you can gauge where the shot's going to land. You gotta guesstimate. And that's horrible for a game that's gonna be having you go up against other players as well. So, you know, that's gonna be fun. CJ, good to see you. Let's see, the endgame loop reminds me of Red Dead Redemption 2. I love the game so far, but the repetitive helm has marked you for death. Rescinded the death mark bug is literally unbearable, and that's a problem for some people. Game-breaking bugs. If you distill White Skull rum for the first time and you don't accept the contract at the order registry, you can't do it afterwards. And fast travel is permanently disabled, basically ruining your game. Hated the beta and uninstalled it after 10 minutes. I was wrong. The Padawakang is a game changer. Endgame is a buggy mess. Tried doing delivery missions for Pieces of 8 and the ship wasn't there. Tried a hostile takeover and the progress stays on 0 no matter how many ships I kill. I was really enjoying this game until Endgame, now it's a buggy mess. After competing for the hostile takeover areas, competing for the hostile takeover areas is stupid. It should be co-op PvE, making it PvP makes no sense. Because there's a lot of PvP focus for this game. I want to know... I want to look this something up. I want to see if they have a Skull and Bones shop. Like, I want to know what they are charging for the shop in the game. No, I'm not looking for GameStop. I want to see, like, the in-game store. I want to look this up. What are they charging? The fact that you can't get off of your ship and explore around is such a detriment for what could be a fantastic pirate game. Like, you could just be on the deck of your ship as it sails to a location. But no, the game is all like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. I don't know. Ubisoft really lost its touch with a lot of its games over the past several years. And mind you, Mirage was their last really good game, and even then it sort of did some things that kind of went against their boots on the ground approach to going back to the roots of Assassin's Creed. But I wonder if Ubisoft really believes that, like, hey, let's keep creating games that are constantly connected to the internet and then put stores in them constantly, over and over, for every game we ever release. And that'll keep people interested. What game am I talking about? Skull and Bones. The game drops in 2 days, and from people who have played both both betas, it's more like, yeah, it's not worth $70. Especially after the Ubisoft CEO stated that, said that it's worth $70. It's a quadruple A game, even though that term is not real. It's only, triple A. That's how far it goes up there. So, he's being dramatic.
The duel was to take place at Hailwind Altar. Lots of memories there. It's where we first met Id, where I lost to him, and Lyria was taken from us.
Do you guys really have to do this?
We're friends now, right? Friends don't fight each other.
Lyria and Vern tried to talk me out of it the whole way there, but I just kept thinking of the look in Id's eye. He wasn't going to back down, and I respected that.
Captain.
Id had been staring into the distance, like a statue set to guard the altar. He turned when he heard our footsteps.
Now that we've gotten to know one another, I've come to realize something. There's no one that can keep Lyria safe better than you.
He took deliberate steps towards me, but this was nothing like the first time we met. Before, he'd been terrifying, like a hydra closing in on its prey. But now, there was something softer about the light in his eyes. You could tell he was there to help.
You're the real thing. A hero. You didn't just save Lyria, you saved the skies. And I thought, maybe if we crossed blades again, I'd learn something. Something that would help me be more like you.
Id.
I finally got it. Id and I... There was still a part of us that couldn't tear away from that fateful day at Hailwind Altar. When Id had been a bad guy, and I'd been too weak to protect Lyria. But things were different now. And this fight was going to prove it. I'm not losing this time.
I'd be disappointed if you did.
I drew my sword and took the first step forward.
Colleagues, give me everything you've got.
Okay, right back at you.
Please, just promise me you two will be careful.
We already knew this, but it's pretty much unstoppable.
We'll see about that.
I believe in you, bud. Show
Looking
'em how
good.
much you're powered up.
Not bad.
So, wanna give up?
Patience is thinning.
Nice hit.
What happens? I'm not backing down. won't escape me!
Yes, I will.
Looking good.
I knew this wouldn't be an easy fight.
You're no slouch yourself.
Bruce was still smiling. That's my
Haha.
Thank you, Captain.
No. Thank you. I won. I stood, almost doubled over with my hands on my knees, trying to remember how to breathe. Id staggered over and stuck a clenched hand in my face. Yeah, of course he'd go for a fist bump. I tapped his knuckles lightly with mine, and just like that, we were back to being loyal crewmates. That duel had blown away all our regrets. No more looking over our shoulders. It was time to move past, well, our past.
Hooray for additional sigil slots. Onwards to the next.
Hello there.
Hey, heard about your little spat with Id. Wish I still had that kind of energy.
Eugen gave me a hearty slap between the shoulder blades.
The chills I got when watching them. Man, they were going all out.
Of course Vern had told everybody. I could appreciate honesty and openness throughout the crew, but I clearly needed to have a talk with that dragon about minding his own business.
So you're jealous Lyria's making new friends? What, do you have a crush or something? Yo, don't be silly. That's not what this was about at all.
As Lyria tried to explain the situation, I just kind of sniffed and shuffled my feet. It had been a wild ride, but things were finally back to normal. I couldn't get the duel with Id out of my mind. He had been a perfect storm, placing his whole heart behind every blow. I had to remember what I was fighting for to even stand a chance. To be honest, I still don't think I'm stronger than him. I won this battle, yeah, but both of us are still changing, still growing. Who knows how it'll turn out if there's a next time. But I doubt we'll ever need to fight like that again. Id trusts me now. I can feel that just as much as I felt the shock of his sword clashing against mine. Trust is nice, but it always comes with responsibility. Still, that's the weight I signed up to carry when I became captain of the Grand Cipher, and took Lyria's hand all that time ago.
More power! All right, time to cap things off with the epilogue for Gran.
We really don't get a break.
For sure, it felt like everybody in Zega Grande had a job for Mr. Fix-It. Today's request? Just taking down a monster that can demolish a small village with a sneeze. No biggie. Vern, could you get us some potions?
You betcha! Liquid health coming right up!
Lyria, we're about to head out. Mind letting the rest of the crew know?
Sure, no problem.
I took a deep breath, letting it settle in my chest before releasing. We had a game plan, of course, but you never know how these things will go. Timing, coordination, everything had to be perfect.
You'll be fine. I trust you, and so does everyone else.
Id put a hand on my shoulder, and somehow that weight steadied me. We'd figure things out. We always did. I exchanged a nod with him, and we headed for the docks. The rest of the crew was already there, waving their arms in the air. From the smiles on their faces, you'd think we were going for a tropical vacation in a goose day. But well, either way, I was sure we'd all come out of it in one piece. We had a bright future ahead of us.
Yes! New archive entry discovered. Lyria's diary entry. Well, alright. Okay, that's all for Gran. Let's begin with Catalina. And I made sure everyone was a good level for this.
You think you know the sky and wind, but then you come to a foreign land where unfamiliar songs on the air beckon you toward the unknown.
Catalina, where do you think this breeze is coming from?
The wind rustled Lyria's hair affectionately as she spoke. From somewhere far, far away. Much time has passed since Lyria and I escaped from the Erste Empire and met the captain in the woods of Zinkenstill. I found myself thankful that the sky has no limit, because no matter how many journeys I've made at her side, there will always be more to look forward to.
Had to bring this up again. No, you didn't. That the models of the video game character design don't match the model. If I'm gonna say they made her too sexualized. We've already had this discussion, Martin. We already did. Onwards to the next Fate episode.
Lyria and I first crossed paths when I was still a knight of Erste, and she a tool in the Empire's mad experiments on dark essence. So you're Lyria. I was appointed to stay by her side as both captor and guardian. She reminded me of a beautifully crafted puppet, never moving or speaking unless commanded. Her expression was fixed, and her eyes were bright, but cold, as if made of glass. Moved to pity, I wanted at the very least to light a smile on her face. But I may as well have been talking to a doll. I couldn't find the part of her that was alive. It wasn't until many days had escaped us that I realized Lyria was a real girl with a feeling soul. She simply didn't know how to act like one. So, I taught her to laugh when she felt joy and cry when she felt sadness. Through books and reverie, I taught her to long for the outside world, and when colors on a page were no longer enough, I took her hand and led her to the roof of the military base. The illustrations Lyria had seen were lovely, but the sky now stretching above her was boundless and so luminous that it drew forth tears. And finally, her blue eyes shone, as if they were two patches of sky lit by a sun from within her. That sun melted my heart. There, with the open air as our witness, I made her a promise. Someday, we'll sail this endless world together. I swear it.
Yes, power for Catalina. Mind you, her weapon is not upgraded at all. I bought their Ascension weapons, but I haven't upgraded it. Because I'm kind of lacking in a couple of materials.
As the bond between us grew, so did the cruelty of the experiments they performed on Lyria. Lyria doesn't belong here. No living creature does. The shining empire I served now became to me a place clouded by doubt. Day after day, a battle raged within me, between the knight loyal to her flag and the guardian who wanted to set a sad girl free. Then, one day, a memory of Lyria's response on the roof broke through like a clear ray of light.
Really? You'll show me this endless world?
I had made a vow. There was no more question where my allegiance lay. I took her hand once again. This time, not to simply gaze at the sky, but to leap into it. And I did it for myself as much as I did it for her.
Okay. Kyushu, for a person getting PlayStation for the first time, is this game worth it from my perspective? Yes, it is. The story's great. The gameplay is great. The endgame content is great. There is a massive amount of replayability for this game. And the thing is, sure, I am playing a bunch of the same missions over and over again to farm for materials and to get XP to level up characters, but it doesn't get old. That's the thing. This is the type of game where things can get repetitive, but it's not bad repetitive. It's actually good repetitive because you're having fun. The characters feel great to play, all of them. I've played all of them, even though most of them were pretty much for a tutorial standpoint. But from my personal perspective, this game is completely worth the price of admission. And for this to be a $60 game, not a $70 game, but a $60 game on a PS5, is substantial given how much they give you. And they're releasing free content throughout the months. We're getting a raid boss in March, and we're getting 2 more playable characters in April. And then they're going to be adding stuff further than that, but they're keeping hush-hush about it. So yes, this game is very much worth it.
Sometime after the commotion at Tempeal, life in Folca began to struggle towards normalcy. The breeze was soft and welcoming. I'd been blind to the city's charms before, focused as I was on rescuing Lyria from the Church of Avia. The sun watched over the victims of Furikin's rage as they raised new homes for themselves from the rubble. But once scars have set in, they are slow to fade. Here and there, the children of Tempeal labored with tools too large for their hands. I offered my aid, but the children said their work was their responsibility.
As long as you're sure you'll be okay.
Some distance away, a small boy burst into a red-faced fit. Lyria and I rushed over, hoping to be of help.
Is it multiplayer you're saying, basically? I didn't say anything about multiplayer at all. If you're asking if it has multiplayer, then yes, it does. Episode 4, Family is Everything. And I must play as Catalina. So, we give a boost in power. Have I tried God of War? Have you seen both playlists of God of War and God of War Ragnarok on the channel, Martin? some reason, chat doesn't seem to update in real time on your end. As such, I often have to exit out of chat to usually find that others have commented, but I couldn't see them in real time. That's something I've been noticing as well, CJ, because a lot of times when you're here and I hear and you text and you say something, then you respond like maybe maybe like a couple minutes later. So it's something that I've noticed, and I don't know if it's something on your end, but there seems to be like a bit of delay in between, and it's even more so than regular stream delay, because I see your text here, I see Martin's text there, but while Martin will probably hear me right then and there, yours seems like a slightly more delayed than everyone else's. So that's something that I've noticed. And I could put other characters in here. I could put other characters in here, like my overpowered Gondagoza and Armaya. But I think I ought to be fine with Catalina. Just Catalina.
Don't try and stop me! I have to do this!
He hurled his words like stones as he whipped into a run. Concerned, I asked a nearby man about the boy. He explained that the boy's sister was ill, and the lad was after the remedy, an herb called windcrest. The sickness was assumed to have died out hundreds of years ago, but had now returned to torment the child.
And if that's not enough, I heard the woods where windcrest grows have turned into a monster den.
The boy had struck out alone. Folka had no soldiers to spare, for they were all dispatched to Tempeal for the reconstruction effort. No one was left to answer his pleas, but I would. In my heart, I vowed to bring back the child, and if possible, the herb too. I prayed only that I wasn't too late.
Well, shall we head out?
Controlling Catalina. This is not the first time I'm playing Catalina, is it? Ain't no way. Is this my first time playing Catalina after all these hours? After all the streams I've done, is this the first time I'm playing Catalina? I guess so. Controlling Catalina, a former knight of the Erste Empire, Catalina fights to protect Lyria. Wielding a magic sword, stepped forth to oppose me. Wielding a magic sword, she's an adept warrior who adapts to any situation. Catalina creates various combos by using square and triangle, repeatedly pressing triangle to unleash a sweeping slash attack. Pulling off combos fills the Ares gauge. Once the gauge is full, Catalina can summon Primal Beast Ares to bolster her combos, skills, and skybound arts. Literally has a stand. I miss the days where you could play as a single character without having a team with you. I mean, I'm grateful that GRANBLUE has reintroduced that, where you don't always have to have a squad with you in games. You can just travel by yourself.
Well, according to that old villager, this is the place we want to be.
Perfect. Keep your eyes peeled for Windcrest.
That's why I said I'm going to make a video about GRANBLUE and why this is what the anime game industry needs for a wake-up call. Like, imagine playing a One Piece game where you're playing as different characters
Earth
like
spirits.
Shanks walking
Strange. We didn't see any the last time we were here.
Seems like they're attracted to the wind crest. Maybe they can feel its power.
around. But yeah, imagine playing a One Piece game like this. And you got all these different characters. Shanks, the Admirals. Imagine them. Now, mind you, we already have Pirate Warriors, and that's doing its job just fine. But imagine if we got like a full-on RPG game like this, and it's done for One Piece, it's done for Bleach, it's done for Jujutsu, it's done for My Hero, it's done for all these different anime series. I honestly feel that people would be more inclined for more anime games if they were done like GRANBLUE, like RELINK specifically.
Unbelievable. Close call. Heal. No. One fell blow.
See what happens when you don't put enough points into making people strong through their masteries?
In one fell swoop. Any last wishes? No escape! Prepare yourself!
Make sure I grab all of the crests. There should only be one more.
The time is right.
But really, this game has just opened up a whole new realm of possibility.
That should be more than enough.
But we still haven't located the boy. What? Where is that coming from?
I don't know, but it can't be a good sign. We better hurry.
I can already see right now that it'll probably be best
golem.
if I bring
So
in
that's
like a
what was
full
behind the
powered party
tremors.
with me so we can just blitz through these
Get
bosses
ready for a
quickly.
fight.
Because while the characters I'm playing as may not be strong,
Close call.
the characters I spent a lot of time on are.
Heal. Try this. Prepare yourself. I'll finish this. Prepare yourself. One fell blow. One fell blow. Monster.
It was pink. I heard Hurricane's voice just now. I think that when Hurricane covered the target Caligo in storm, some of its power fused with the land. And the monster.
Oh no! Maybe you can stop him from charging! Hurricane juice too? This golem is
I hate the sand tomb status effect.
Not while that boy remains missing. Very well.
It's over!
One fell blow!
Out of all the status effects I've been hit by in this game, Sand Tomb is the worst because at least if I'm starting to get frozen, I can still partially move and attack. Sand Tomb is all like, I cannot do anything. I must hold my arm like I must hold myself like I've been stabbed in the shoulder. I must do the Vegeta hold arm thing.
Very well. Full ice! My will lives in this blade! Fall now! Rest in peace! Prepare yourself! I'll finish this! Right. Look out for any large attacks.
Exploring with baddies on our tails is still fun. Let's give ourselves some breathing room.
No! I'm still here. One fell blow! No escape!
Exploring with baddies on our tails is still fun. Let's give ourselves some breathing room.
Inhibiting me. Enchanted lands! Light wall! Meteor end!
Whatever you're doing.
I see.
Is it safe now?
I recognize that voice.
I see. I wanted to test it out with just Catalina by herself, but the truth of the matter is, the reason why I lost that is that I didn't properly put time into her skill tree. I just didn't. I could make her max level, but none of that matters if I didn't put anything into her skill tree to make her actually be strong. So that is a fault on my part. It's got nothing to do with the game. It's got nothing to do with like the game being cheap or anything. It's just I didn't put the necessary time into her skill tree to actually make her strong.
With a final death knell, the golem stilled. The boy crawled out from the tall grass, and I pressed the wind crest into his trembling hand.
Wow! Now I can save my sister! You're the best, lady!
He smiled at me, and with a great burden lifted from his shoulders, skipped the whole way back to Folka. As I watched his happy shuffle, I wished more joy and color into his life of toil, which had been covered by the dust of destruction.
New sigil. Thank you. Next time we bring on to Goza.
We made medicine from the wind crest you picked. The doctor said Hazel looks better every day. This morning, she was able to get out of bed and do some drawing. She loves drawing pictures. Thanks again, Catalina. From Al.
And Hazel.
P.S. Please visit Folka when you have a chance.
That might be the shortest Fate episode I've ever encountered, but it's also incredibly precious. Ah, the innocence and genuine truth of children.
Another letter from Al arrived. Hazel had fully recovered and was bouncing about with unbridled energy. Al had returned to work on the reconstruction site and was working twice as hard to make up for lost time.
Is it just me, or is his writing messier?
It wasn't just Vern. Not only were there more missing words and misspellings than usual, the lines of Al's letters were harsh and tangled. Evidently, he'd scrawled them in a great hurry between jobs.
I got a bad feeling that next up, it's gonna be Al himself stuck in bed.
I shared Vern's sentiment. This was a boy willing to pick herbs from death's very garden for his sister. There was not an ounce of self-restraint in his character. I could only hope that he would emerge from this trial unscathed.
I'm actually interested in finding out what happens next.
Reading Al's third letter made my head buzz and my hands go numb.
Help! Hazel got sick again. Doctor says you don't know what's happened. The medicine we made don't work no more. What do we do?
It struck me that I, a Skyfarer they had only met once, was all the help these children had left to turn to.
Catalina, I'm worried about Hazel.
Lyria, who had been reading over my shoulder, looked as pale as death, and I thought I heard the fierce thudding of her heart. Let's head back to Folka, quickly. We learned not long afterwards that the captain, who at times seemed to command a sixth sense, had already asked Rackham to set course for the city. Al, Hazel, don't lose hope. Help is on the way.
We must save the child! We must save the child! You must play as Catalina for this quest. Understandable. But to ensure that we body this, I call upon the magnificent power of Gondagoza.
Excellent choice.
I call upon the magnificent power of Gran.
To the captain.
Wait, hold on. Where's Narmaya?
Where are we going?
Yeah, there's more power there. And I call upon the magnificent power of Cagliostro.
Your princess is ready for her escort.
Catalina may not be there yet, but everyone else is already in a position to decimate.
When we arrived at Folka, Al came out to greet us. I noticed he wouldn't meet any of our eyes and ducked his head like he was hiding from the world. The doctor had examined Hazel from head to toe, but as far as his eyes could tell, there was nothing wrong with her.
Hazel says all she needs to get better is some Wraithring eggs, but I just don't know.
Al's voice was so small, I could hear the distance between us. Not physical, but emotional. He explained reluctantly that the Wraithwing was a bird which lives among the ancient ruins of Dali Island.
Actually, forget it. We've made you guys do too much already. We'll figure something out.
His smile didn't quite reach his eyes, which were enclosed in dark circles. The reconstruction effort must have been hounding him, and he was apparently not its only victim. Hazel had fallen ill around when Al began overexerting himself. I think I see what's going on here. Gently pushing aside Al's objections, we left to search for a Wraithwing nest. The task ahead, though dangerous, was for brother as much as it was for sister. Well, shall we head out?
What I find funny is how
This area seems promising. Be on the lookout for tracks.
I find it funny how, even though we're going to be entering into this area, pretty much all three characters who are right behind me are pretty much going to be the ones who are carrying me through this whole encounter.
Hmm? This is quite a rare find. We'd better add it to our provisions. It may come in useful later. What's this?
This cargo's sure been roughed up.
Large talon marks and scattered feathers. The culprit is probably a wraithwing.
Let's see if it's left any other tracks.
Telling you, as soon as Gondagoza hits it, it's over.
Look! More feathers! I think we're getting warmer!
Catalina! Catalina, over there!
That's it. It matches the description perfectly. That's our wraithwing.
Ah! What's with all the party crashers?
Stay calm. I'll get us out of this.
Oh, what I tell you? What I tell you? There's a reason why I spent so much time on these characters. Now, I spent just enough time.
Come on! We've got a bird to catch!
I spent tons of hours on Gondagoza. Then right behind him, I started working on Cagliostro and Armaya. Haven't really worked too much on Gran.
Quick! You ready, cat?
Always. I'll freeze them in their tracks. Fantastic!
Foam on the sea.
One fell blow!
The thing about Gondagoza as well is that I also have a sigil on him that basically regenerates his health. So unless it's a mission of a certain difficulty, you're never killing this man. So I think very hard and upwards is where he will... Well, I want to say extreme and upwards. Extreme, maniac, and proud is where a lot of his efforts is going to go.
Really quickly. Looks like it's got giant talons and a nasty temper. Be careful, Catalina.
It's all right, Vern. I won't let that overgrown turkey hurt us. Let's go.
I think it's attacking something.
Of course. It's trying to defend its nest.
All right. Take that, you big chicken.
Now we just need to search the nest and collect the eggs. I can't help feeling guilty, though.
We're so sorry, Miss Wraithwing. We promise we won't take more than we need.
They stood no chance.
That is a beautiful looking sword. I love the artistic design of weapons and character clothing and the architecture. I absolutely love it. Ah, it's so good.
I took our prize to the dining hall. But weighing on me was the thought that Hazel had likely told Al a white lie. It said that one bite of a wraithwing egg sends waves of energy coursing through your body. I guess that she wanted the meal not for herself, but for her exhausted brother.
I'm so sorry.
My suspicions were confirmed when I returned from the canteen to find Hazel apologizing to the crew.
Catalina, we need to tell you something.
I cut Al off. I knew speaking the words would hurt him. It was better that he didn't give sound and substance to unnecessary guilt. I don't know what's troubling you, but you have to eat. It's the only way the two of you will get better. Food and comfort. That was all I could afford them.
Another slot for Catalina. I'm happy.
Come to view the requests?
Back at the dining hall, plates of wraithwing egg omelet were lined up on a table, wafting forth irresistible aroma.
Is that really for us?
At my nod, Al dug in.
Ow! Oh! Burnt my tongue. But, so good!
I love it!
Muffled voices caught my attention, and I looked out the window to see a gathering crowd. Though I had only collected a basket of the famed eggs, it seemed that was enough to feed the whole city.
Hey, Al. Heard from your sister. Sorry, I should have noticed you were working yourself to the bone.
A man who seemed to be in charge of reconstruction efforts came to our table. Gently, he explained that he had only now been made aware of Al's failing health. He vowed to encourage the workers to rest, so no one would overexert themselves ever again.
Al, you okay, bud? You don't look so good.
Vern, who had been flitting carefree through the air, came to a sudden stop. I smiled at his concern, which was well-meaning but misplaced. Al was going to be fine now. It was time for a celebration, and I had the perfect surprise planned. Their reactions are going to be priceless.
Real quick, I just want to ask, what do you guys think of these Fate episodes? Now, a lot of times when it comes to games like this, especially when they have different like Japanese dubs and English dubs to go along with them, what do you think of the voice acting in this game? And how they approach characters and, you know, these Fate episodes are character deep dives. What do you guys think thus far? I'm quite curious.
A light dessert is the perfect way to top off a hearty meal. Stealing my way into the kitchen, I cooked up an original dish using spare ingredients and imagination. When I unveiled my creation, the crew gulped in what I assume was anticipation. The people of Folka, however, were more vocal with their excitement.
You're saying that the very hand that defeated the Wraithwing made this dessert?
Is there anything she can't do? It was enough to make me blush. But, if I may be so bold, I don't think their praise was unearned. My dish was wholly unique in its shape, color, and smell.
Catalina, this is amazing! I've never tasted anything like it before.
Encouraged by Lyria, every last diner snatched up their spoons. Hungrily, they lifted a bite to their lips. And the moment right after, as if someone had captured the scene in a painting, they all froze. There are times when people are so filled to the brim with emotion, not even the smallest physical movement is possible. For the diners, this was apparently one of those times. It seems I'm not such a bad chef after all. Take that, naysayers.
Note to self, Never allow Catalina into the kitchen. Legendary food review. Oh joy. I hope the person's still alive after eating it. Catalina's cooking is like Shion's from that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Oh no, she can't cook. I know, Gajil. I know she can't cook. She can't cook. She ain't gonna be able to give you no good breakfast. No sausage, no eggs, no grits. Because she's gonna be trying to mix it all together and then be all like, there's some spare ingredients here inside the fridge. I'm not using this bell pepper. I'm not using this turkey sausage. I'm not using this lettuce. Let's just mix it all together into a breakfast omelet. Next thing you know, my boy Gajil is going to the hospital. Well, actually, that's a bad example because he's already spoken for. Next thing you know, the dude she's cooking for is in the hospital in the ICU because he had some cramps, some stomach pains, some food poisoning. All because Catalina can't cook. Oh, that's bad. Next up, Rackham.
Piloting an airship ain't easy work, but whether it's plotting a windward course or conducting some routine maintenance, you can always count on experience and intuition. Ha! Just a little further! Finally, the Grand Cipher broke through the nebulous shadows and turbulent winds of the Grim Basin, and to greet us on the other end was our reward, the brilliant clear blue. It was a panoramic azure, dappled by silver-white clouds and gleaming from the light of a new day. Always an exhilarating sight to behold. Judging by the cries of celebration starting to spread across the deck, I took it my crewmates would agree. Damn. Who'd have ever thought a young dreamer from Port Breeze would make it all the way out to these skies? The Grand Cipher and I, we'd gone through thick and thin together. It's a long story, but it all started on that fateful day I met the captain. I haven't looked back since. Right then, landing maintenance. Fuel stores, full. Engine, all clear. We were ready to disembark into the unknown. What awaited us in the Zega Grande Skydom? As uneasy as I was, I couldn't help but feel a teensy bit giddy with excitement. Ah, the Grand Cipher. Ever since I found her abandoned behind a cliff, it was love at first sight. I was just a kid, but I had lofty dreams of repairing that ramshackle airship and taking her to the skies. Back then, I didn't know the difference between a porthole and port side, but I was determined. I dove into books bigger than my head, and I learned basic airship repair, helmsmanship, the whole kit and caboodle. After a ton of elbow grease, the day had come. The Grand Cipher was finally ready for a test flight. I still remember how my hands trembled as I grabbed the rudder. And wouldn't you know it, she actually lifted off the ground for me. Nothing quite like watching your first love take to the skies, is there? But before I could take it all in, my dreams came crashing down. I mean, literally, the Grand Cipher sunk like a damn meteor. 100 different things could have caused it, but that didn't matter. Years of work went kaput in the blink of an eye. Betrayed by the very skies I longed for, I was crushed. Looking back now, it sounds stupid, I know, but it really felt like I had nothing to live for. I put all my hopes into that hunk of scrap. Laugh if you want, but some pits are too deep to crawl out of, especially when you look up for freedom and all you see is the expansive crystal blue of your tormentor. Don't worry, my pity party wouldn't last for too much longer. You see, my dreams had crashed like a meteor.
But ironically enough, it was the meteoric rise of the Erste Empire that would bring the captain into my life. Salvation was on the horizon.
This seriously is going to be a stream where I'm just showing the Fate episodes. Hopefully it doesn't take me 4 hours to get through every single one, because... Hold on. Yeah, I got quite a few characters to get through. Let's keep going.
Just as I'd given up on flying, the Erste Empire had arrived in Port Breeze, and they were hell-bent on exploiting our local protector, the primal beast of wind, Tiamat.
Their twisted machinations caused her to go on a rampage. Port Breeze was in peril. Fortunately, we had an ace up our sleeve, Lyria. Thing is, Lyria needed to get close to Tiamat, which meant we had to go up, and to go up, we needed to fly. Thought I'd already closed that chapter of my life when the skies betrayed me, but lives were on the line. Quick, get on the Grand Cipher! I don't know what got into me. She fell once before. Hell, I knew she might fall again. Nothing like a healthy fear of death to keep you grounded, eh? But the people of Port Breeze, and my new crewmates, had entrusted their fates to my piloting skills. My own fear was insignificant. All I needed to do was trust myself too. It's a damn shame it took me this long. But I'm back now, and ready to face the skies if you'll have me. As the Grand Cipher's engine purred to life, I knew I would no longer be encumbered by fear. I gripped the mast with pride as I set our course directly above to the rampaging Tiamat. Lyria quelled the primal beast, and catastrophe had been averted. Not to mention, I could finally dream again. Ever since that day, I've been the helmsman for the Grand Cipher and its crew. It's been one hell of a ride. I've since formed a pact with good old Tiamat and made amends with the shipwright primal who built the Grand Cipher, Noah. So, Zega Grande Skydom might be uncharted territory, but my role remains the same. See our crew arrive safely, no matter the destination. And that includes Estalucia. Some folks might call reaching the end of the skies an impossible dream, but I ain't too worried. With the Grand Cipher as our wings, anything's possible. Call it a side effect of being a helmsman, but my ears tend to laser in on any talk of airships. Then again, damn near anybody could have heard this guy shouting.
No! No! You can't do this! She's still skyworthy! She can still fly!
The distraught man was making a scene outside. 3 seemingly unfazed onlookers surrounded him. Between all the belly aching, I pieced together the man's story. He was an engineer, was upset that an airship called the Nautilus was set to be decommissioned. His 3 friends, meanwhile, were telling him to see reason that an old ship like that would be more useful as scrap. Reminded me of the Port Breeze days, back when my own dreams seemed like unscalable walls. The 3 onlookers were a young helmsman, a young mechanic, and an older merchant. They presented a unified front against the engineer, countering each of his arguments threefold whenever he opened his mouth to protest. As much as I wanted to help the guy, the trio were speaking the truth. Repairing the damn thing would cost buckets of rupees, and you can't fix an airship on gumption alone. Trust me, I've tried. Them's the breaks, kid.
I turned to leave. None of my business, right? But dumb old me, I had to pause as my ears caught what he said next.
We made a pact, didn't we? Don't you remember? The Nautilus. You promised that we would take her to the skies.
He could barely hold it together. You could hear it in his voice, the desperation as he clung to a quickly fading dream. It was a feeling all too familiar to me.
All right, let's do this, because I do want to include some gameplay outside of the Fate episodes. So how many characters do we have overall? 20, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I thought there were 20. Wait, I thought there were 20 characters. I thought there were 20 characters. Oh well. So we'll do this. We'll keep going until we get to Narmaya. That'll pretty much be halfway. And then I'll save the rest of the Fate episodes for like another stream. Say, Kyushu, if you somehow had an airship, what would you name it? Your top 5 choices? I only got one. I call it the Continuum. That's the only ship name that I wouldn't name it. The Continuum.
The honor is mine.
Oh, are we going on a field trip? Is this a drill?
I mean, sure, the Nautilus may be old, but she's got plenty of potential. She could easily outpace any other cargo ship in the fleet, at least 3 times faster.
Found the poor bastard blathering his woes at a tavern in Folka. The seat next to his happened to be conveniently open, so I took it. Without so much as asking my name, he launched into story after story. It was clear he still needed to vent. Apparently, he just recently started his career as an engineer. Planned on restoring the Nautilus. It would revitalize the local economy, help Folka this, assist Timpil that. He went on and on. But I knew he wasn't going to feel better until he confronted the actual issue at hand. Don't get me wrong, I think it's great you want to help your home like this, but that's not the real reason you're upset, is it?
That obvious, huh? I made a promise to my friends. One day we'd fly our beloved Nautilus across the skies together.
But the ship in question was long past its heyday and had deteriorated beyond the point of conventional repair. Time is a cruel but patient mistress, and among the original Nautilites, only Kent had yet to accept reality. After he finished his explanation, silence fell between us. Well, until another man frantically stumbled into the tavern. I'd seen him somewhere before. Oh yeah, one of the naysayers from earlier, the merchant.
Somebody help! Anybody! Monsters are ransacking my precious cargo!
I was torn. Do my civil duty as a skyfarer and save the cargo, or help this ass determined to crush the dreams of my newfound friend? So, I asked Kent.
What? Of course you should help him!
Not a moment's hesitation from the kid. I liked that. This would have been the perfect moment to ensure the continued survival of the Nautilus, at least in the short term. But despite that, Kent didn't think twice about helping his fellow man. Hell yeah, Kent. I'll see what I can do. Oh boy. Duty calls.
Wow, it's actually my first time playing Rackham. I'm getting this little message. Controlling Rackham. Rackham is a man of the skies, tasked with helming the Grand Cipher. His 2 guns allow him to cover allies at both long and close range. Press square to fire once, or hold to fire a 3-shot burst. His triangle attack is chargeable, which increases its range and damage. Skills and square attacks fill the heat gauge. His triangle attack charges faster the higher the heat.
According to the merchant, our destination should be around here. I just hope there's anything left to save. Let's get moving. Goblins? What the hell are they doing here?
Why you running? Why you running? Why you running?
Don't say we didn't warn you. Not bad. If I say so
This dude's got full auto.
No, then,
Just keep pressing the square button. See, that's the reason why I kind of want to build up Rackham, because that 3-shot burst, you can spam it so you're constantly firing. So I kind of want to mess with Rackham because I've seen people play him online, and
Cargo's safe and sound. Maybe. Looks like it's been rummaged through.
Watch out, Rackham! We've got goblins and wyverns on our trail!
It'll take more than that to dupe us.
Hell yeah!
Things are about to get dicey. Just don't let him get close to the cargo.
Press it through! There's still more of them! Stay sharp, everybody!
Don't let up! Bring it!
Beep, beep!
Iron shoulder!
Disruption!
Bring it up! Got a bullet for ya! It's over!
Doctor's in!
Bring the eye!
I'm a sled!
Bet it all on the bullet! That all? Don't let up!
So the big shot finally decided to show up, huh?
Well, you're going down like the rest of them.
You monsters screwed up big time today, because you chose to mess with the best crew to ever cross these skies.
Ha! How you guys feeling? Oh, you're a lifesaver. How could I ever thank you?
You want to thank someone? Thank him. I gestured toward Kent. The man's face filled with shame as the irony dawned on him.
So it was you, huh? Hey, listen. I'm sorry about earlier. I could have heard you out.
After the merchant left, I wanted to focus on the next goal at hand. Putting some wind back in the Nautilus's sails. So I proceeded to do some intelligent and, dare I say, brilliant thinking on the topic when Kent asked what I was talking about. Whoops, must have been thinking out loud again. You just wait and see.
Yes, can I help you?
How many times do I gotta say it? Getting parts to fix the Nautilus out here in the boonies is next to impossible.
I've never been good with women. My words never come out quite the way I mean for them to. I thought maybe Miss Mechanic would be on board, but... I probably shouldn't be doing this behind Kent's back anyway.
I'm telling you, I've tried everything. Sure, I'd love to see her fly again, but it's time to... get real. Right?
Hey, come on. That was against the rules. How was I supposed to keep a stern attitude against that blubbering mess? When I finally got a word in edgewise, I let her know I already had the parts she needed. Picked him up here and there, across Fanta Grande and Nala Grande. Here, this what you need? I'll cut you a deal.
Wait, how? Where in the skies did you find these?
Caught up in her excitement, she leapt at me. Whoa, not so close, Missy. Of course, she paid me no regard. It was the parts she had her eyes on.
Some modifications here and there, I could... Yeah. I can't believe it! The dream is alive!
Yep, the dream was alive. She didn't have to say it. The look on her face was enough. All that hubbub from earlier was nowhere to be found. After forking over the payment, she happily took the spare parts off my hands. She also made sure to plant a big fat kiss on my cheek before scurrying off. Sheesh, at least warn a guy beforehand, right? Women, I swear. In any case, the winds were starting to blow back in their favor.
Rackham, there you are. I've got huge news. Listen to this.
It was clear from Kent's smile that the repairs on the Nautilus were going smoothly, thanks to a mechanic friend of his. Well, ain't that something? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed. Those parts weren't the easiest to work with. Not bad, Miss Mechanic.
Rackham, sir? My friend told me she got the parts from a traveling skyfarer. Had 3-day-old scruff and a little swagger to him. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Huh. Well, I keep my scruff in an elegant chin strap. Thank you very much. Not sure I sounded very convincing, trying to play off his answer, but I'm a helmsman, not an actor. Ha! But just another performance or two, and the Nautilus would be skybound once more.
Yeah, he really is a calm Sanji.
The Nautilus is skyworthy?
I wasn't sure which was greater, the helmsman's confusion or Kent's enthusiasm.
Yep. We've got one last bit of patching up to do, but she'll be ready before you know it. Isn't that exciting?
Unexpectedly, the helmsman's confusion shifted into something darker. I decided to pry. Yeah, we'll have you back at the helm in no time. Unless you're getting cold feet or something. Yep, hit the nail on the head. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. He feared the skies. Despite his attempts to hide it, his fists were balled up and trembling. I knew the signs well enough. It wasn't my place to snoop further. From his perspective, I was just a busybody trying to dredge up a dream he'd long laid to rest. What could I do anyway? This was something he had to deal with himself. But hey, if I got through it, anyone could. So I did what I could. I put my hand on his shoulder and gave him a sympathetic nod.
Oh, we got a new one. This one's a horde mission this time. Shall we stack more power? I believe we should.
Sweet.
And it just keeps going. That's the ridiculous part. Man, I gotta get back to farming mastery points. I still don't have a sigil where I can gain even more mastery points because there's a sigil for that. I got Fast Learner to help people level up faster. I got Rupee Tycoon that allows me to get more money faster, but I have yet to get a single one of those mastery point sigils that will let me get even more mastery points. Hopefully I'll find it once I start maxing out my Transmarvel stock. But we'll see. We shall see. Gunda.
Excellent choice.
Normaya.
Couldn't cut it without me, could you?
Cagliostro.
I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this.
It was a bombshell no one wanted to hear, especially as the Nautilus's repairs were finally wrapping up.
What are you talking about? This was our dream, wasn't it? What did you...
I'm afraid, okay?
A heavy silence permeated the room. It was uncanny how much of my former self I saw in him. Actually, uncanny's not the word. It was downright painful. See, to pilot an airship, you gotta make peace with the fear of flying, a close cousin of the fear of death. You, afraid? Aren't you a trained helmsman? I knew exactly how he felt, but decided to play dumb. His response was so faint, I wasn't sure if he'd said anything at all. Turns out, he made a bad call during a practice flight and crashed his vessel. Barely escaped with his life.
I don't want this dream to die, but my arms shake whenever I think of taking the wheel again.
Poor kid, he hadn't figured it out yet, but I knew how to teach him. Real shame the Nautilus won't have a helmsman. Maybe I should take over, till you're feeling up to it.
No. The Nautilus is our ship.
He took the bait. Fair enough. Then come with me for a ride on the Grand Cipher. If you've got the grit for it, I mean. It was a risky gamble, but I had a feeling Lady Luck was on my side that day. Damn. Can't we take some R&R instead?
Incredible. It even has an autopilot mode?
She's got it all, kid.
Why did Rackham bring us aboard?
I'm not quite sure myself, actually, but it is kind of fun.
Rackham! We've got company!
No, I'm too young to die!
Everybody take cover. I'll handle this.
Right to the goal!
Come on!
Bring it!
Hell
yeah! Showtime!
There's more of them!
Just stay calm. I won't let you get in harm's way. I promise.
Gun them all down!
Great. Now we gotta deal with these pests too.
Ooh,
Always
awesome
expect the
machine
unexpected,
units.
'cause in the skies, life and death lie cheek by jowl.
Expect the unexpected.
That all?
I can't believe he took down those wyverns. Skyfarers are a whole different breed, huh?
Stay sharp! We've got more wyverns coming our way!
So the first horde was just recon, huh? Bring it! They'll go down all the same.
I think I'm starting to get it, Rackham. Why it is that you fight. I mean, you want to take to the skies? You gotta be ready for the storms, right?
Yeah, When you truly believe in a dream, risky danger, it's a small price to pay.
A dream, huh? I let fear get the best of me, and I guess I lost sight of what's important.
Go time! Take that! Straight to the soul! Bring it!
Goodbye, flying creatures.
That's the last of them. Now then, take a good look around you. Tell me that ain't a sky worth putting your life on the line for.
Yeah, it's really something, huh? I never knew it could be this beautiful.
Thanks. Glad that's over with.
An interesting way to do on-deck combat. Does this game have ship-to-ship combat? Kinda. It was during the story where you had to chase after the Church of Avia, and you had to shoot parts of their ship in order to keep them from shooting at you, but nothing along the lines of, like, say, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, where you pilot a ship next to another ship, and you jump onto it, and then take them down, and then you escape. I mean, they had something like that, but it was more story scripted, rather than it be something that you can actually take on consistently as a mission type. So it kind of has that, but at the same time, no. It has it, but it kind of doesn't have it. If that makes sense.
Incredible! The skies are so vast!
Wow.
So that's what the town looks like from up high.
What a relief. I was worried the monster attack had only made things worse for the would-be crew. But the gamble paid off. The helmsman's eyes lit up with newfound determination.
The Nautilus will fly, and you can bet I'll be at the helm.
The skies have a way of making us understand. I'm just glad this kid decided to listen.
Come to view the requests?
Clear blue skies, gentle breeze. It was perfect conditions for the Nautilus's maiden voyage. As the helmsman gripped the wheel, I knew he was no longer shackled by fear. Kent, Mechanic, the merchant, even Lyria, Vern, and some of our other crewmates. Actually, damn near the whole town showed up to witness the rebirth of an old friend. As the propellers began to churn, a metallic sputter sounded from somewhere below deck. It was a symphony of gears I'd heard time and time again. That mechanic, she'd done it. After a brief checkup, they started the countdown. Tension was palpable. Come on, Nautilus. All eyes were on the airship. No one dared to breathe. A wind whipped up around the Nautilus, and there it was. Liftoff. And once again, she sailed into those skies so blue. A few weeks had passed since the Nautilus took its maiden voyage. According to Kent, the Nautilus was now Folka's leading cargo ship. Makes sense, given that it was 3 times faster than any other ship on the island. And not only that, but it seemed Kent had found himself a new dream already.
Okay, picture this, Rackham. 3 ships conjoined into one massive cruise liner. See, all we need to do is reconstruct these columns here and...
I wonder if I sounded that crazy to the others whenever I got my big ideas. Anyway, Such a massive ship would require at least 3 helmsmen. So in his effort to make the cruise liner a reality, Kent started studying how to be a helmsman himself. But if Kent were to be the second pilot, who would be the third?
About that, actually, we'd be honored to have you as the lead helmsman of our ship.
Of course. It was a kind offer, but I already had a family in my crew and a home in the Grand Cipher. But that didn't mean I couldn't let the kid down easy. Sorry, Kent. This Skyfarer's not old enough to set anchor just yet. Until that day comes, you can find me wherever the wind blows.
Good on you, Rackham. Good on you. Nautilus service announcement. All right, next up is Io. Then Eugen, Rosetta, Charlotta, Gondagoza is skipped already. So we can skip Gondagoza because I've already did all of his fate stuff. So it just leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more to go. Let's get to it.
If I hadn't met Master Zaka on that fateful day, if he hadn't saved me, there's no way I'd be where I am now. I'm from the Vaults Duchy, where the weather's sweltering all year long, thanks to a river of lava that flows through the island. My hometown might not have been the most scenic place, but as long as I had Master Zaka with me, I was happy. After traveling for so long, I can finally say that with pride. Before I left on my journey, I was completely clueless. When my master went missing, I just ran around like a chicken with its head cut off. I was looking for something, anything that would help me find him, and that's when I met the crew. The reason behind his disappearance turned out to be even worse than I could have imagined. The Earth-State Empire had driven him out of his mind. They had manipulated him into awakening the primal beast that had lain dormant beneath the ground, Colossus. Fortunately, I was able to break through to him, thwarting the Empire's attempt to exploit Colossus's powers for conquest. I learned that they were doing all sorts of horrible things, even to their own people, in order to achieve their goals. My master was a kind person who never hesitated to help those in need. I resented the Empire for making him suffer. And I couldn't just sit around when there was work to be done. That's why I decided to join the crew. To stick it to those Empire jerks and give their victims something to smile about. A few years before I met the crew, I lost my parents to an epidemic. I mourned their deaths for who knows how long. I could barely even bring myself to face reality each morning. With no living relatives in vaults, I was like a ship adrift at sea. I had nowhere to go and nowhere to belong. Until one day, my master reached out his hand to me. I was so depressed I just kept staring at the ground. But that gentle smile never left his face as he asked me, "Why do you look so sad?" There was something in his voice that made me look up. When I did, a beautiful bouquet of flowers appeared in his hand, seemingly out of thin air. I had no idea how he'd done it, but I knew it must have been some kind of parlor trick. But he insisted it was magic. What a goofball, right? Saying that when he can use real magic. But it was just the magic I needed at that moment. Beautiful and kind. He went on to show me all kinds of incredible spells, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Watching him made me smile at a time when I thought I'd forgotten how. My master would always say that magic exists to make people happy. Something about that spoke to me. It made me want to become a mage just like him. So I signed myself up as his disciple, begging him to teach me magic.
I'll never forget how happy I was when he told me I had talent. After all, if he was right, that meant I had the potential to make people smile too. One day, shortly after I joined the crew, I suddenly lost the ability to use magic. No matter how many times I tried casting a spell, nothing happened. I had no clue what to do. The rest of the crew thought Master Zaka might have the answers I needed, so we set sail for Vaults. It'd been forever since I'd been back home. My master was thrilled to see how much I'd grown. I opened my mouth to ask him about my problem, but when I saw how happy he looked, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I'd promised him that I'd come back as a great mage, but there I was, unable to cast even a single spell. The last thing I wanted was for him to be disappointed in me. Around that time, an epidemic returned to Vaults, the same disease that had claimed the lives of my parents. Wanting to keep it from spreading any further, my master headed to the clinic to speak with the people who'd been infected. But he ended up getting sick too. The source of the epidemic turned out to be an evil spirit that revealed itself to us right there in the clinic. I immediately confronted it. That rotten creature had already taken my parents from me. I wasn't gonna let it take anyone else. Determined to make it pay, I raised my staff, but nothing happened. I'll never forget how it felt to watch, helplessly, as my parents' killer got away. The crew gave chase, but I continued to stand where I was. Without my magic, I didn't see the point. I'd just end up getting in the way. All I could do was watch as my master suffered, withering away. Nothing had changed since the last time. But you know, it wasn't all bad. In search of a solution to my magic loss at the local library, I happened to come across a beautiful golden staff, one left to me by my mother. That's when Master Zaka revealed that my mother had been a mage too. On the verge of tears, I clenched my staff tightly in frustration. My beloved home and master were being threatened by a disease-spreading spirit, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Just as I began feeling completely hopeless, the staff began to glow. Somehow I could feel it encouraging me, empowering me. So what if I couldn't use magic? Surely there were other ways to help everyone. Unable to stand around doing nothing any longer, I ran off to find the crew. When I finally tracked them down, they'd already been rendered powerless by the disease. That left me as the only person who could fight. There wasn't a second to lose. It was that moment when I decided I was done running away. I'd promised myself a long time ago that I was going to use my magic to make people happy. Filled with newfound resolve, I heard a voice coming from the staff. Is that you? The voice told me to visualize the power flowing through me. As I did, I could feel magic welling up inside me, flooding out from deep within. With my mom's help, I was able to defeat the evil spirit. As soon as it was gone, light erupted from my staff. I turned to see the rest of the crew climbing to their feet, their symptoms gone. The power spread through the entire island of Vaults Duchy, eliminating the disease and bringing smiles back to the people. Things were a little touch and go there for a while, but in the end, everyone pulled through. And I've been able to use my magic without any issue ever since. I just know it's because my mom is watching over me through my staff. Thanks to her, I can keep traveling with the crew, using the staff she left me to bring out more smiles along the way.
You know, a lot of these stories that I'm listening to are quite wholesome. And hold on, I'm having some other thoughts about how I want to do this. So we finished with Gran, Catalina, Rackham, Io, Eugen, and Rosetta. You know what? I'm probably going to shorten up. How many more I do. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay. So I can dedicate one session to looking at six people one day, then 6 another, and then the last few people on another separate stream, because I really haven't done any gameplay aside from like the little missions. So we can do Io, Eugen, and then Rosetta. Then save Charlotta, Fairy, Narmaya, Lancelot, and Vayne for another. And then save Percival, Siegfried, Cagliostro, Yodara, Zeta, and then I just miscounted, didn't I? It's supposed to be 6. We already did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Charlotta, Fairy, Narmaya, Lancelot, Vayne, and then Percival for another session. And then Siegfried, Cagliostro, Yodara, Zeta, and then Vasaraga, and then Id for the last one. Because I feel like I should be... I don't want you guys to get bored by me just doing Fate episodes and I'm not doing any actual missions. Because I need to get back to farming, okay? I need to get back to farming those machine units so I can get those vouchers, so I can start improving my Trans Marvel stock. Because I'll be darned if I don't get a single character's dual sigil. So let's do Io, Eugen, then Rosetta, and then we'll do a bit of farming with Narmaya and some other characters.
While out running errands in Folca one day, I came across a crowd of people in the town square. But from the sounds of things, it wasn't a friendly get-together.
I hate you all! Mom, Dad, everybody in this stupid town!
The boy shouted angrily at the adults and took off running, right into me. We both landed on our backsides. Sheesh, watch where you're going, kid. And that's when I noticed the tears streaming down his face. He was clearly upset about something. Hey, you okay? The boy hopped to his feet without a word, shooting me a glare before sprinting away. One of the adults started to follow after him, but...
Please, Doctor, there's not much time.
The crowd stopped him in his tracks.
But I can't just... No, you're right. My patients need me. Forgive me, Lev.
The man closed his eyes, muttered something to the townspeople, and ran off in the opposite direction. Wait, that kid was crying! You're not gonna go after him? I shouted after the man's back, but he either didn't hear me, or pretended not to. Then I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder.
I'm sure he wants to, sweetheart. You see, that boy is his son.
The boy's name was Lev. His father was a doctor, with many patients needing urgent care, so he had no choice but to ask the townspeople to find his son for him. I knew I should mind my own business. I couldn't get the poor kid's face out of my head. He was probably hiding somewhere all by himself, crying his eyes out. I understood all too well how painful it felt to be alone. When Master Sokka reached out to me, it changed my life forever. Maybe it was my turn to do the same for someone else. I turned to ask the crew if we could join the search, but they were already gearing up to head after him. It seemed we'd all had the same idea. Just you wait, Lev, I thought to myself. I was gonna find him and put a smile back on his face, even if it meant sticking my nose where it didn't belong.
You have chosen well.
You wouldn't leave your sister behind.
I need to update this. I need to update the title so it can be accurate. Let's see. Gran to Rosetta. There we go. That makes more sense. Cool. Got it. All right. It's good for everybody. And CJ, you say, oh man, I was hoping it would be a little more like Skies. I have yet to fully invest in watching gameplay from Skies of Arcadia, but I can see a new Skies game using some of those gameplay elements in its own on-deck ship combat. Well, I did say that GRANBLUE is a good blueprint for a lot of games to piggyback off of. This just reinforces that fact.
Your princess is ready for her escort.
The villagers didn't seem too worried about Lev. According to them, he'd have to venture much deeper into the forest before encountering any monsters. But that wasn't the issue. It seemed like nobody wanted to talk about why he'd run off in the first place. It was an obvious cry for help, and nobody was helping. I went through the same thing back in the day. Even after I met my master, there were times when the loss of my parents was just too much to bear. I didn't go so far as to run from home, but I'd sit alone in the corner of my room, hugging my knees to my chest and crying. Whenever Master Zaka found me like that, he'd always perform a silly magic trick to cheer me up. Just like me, all Lev wanted was for someone to find him, to take his hand, so he went off on his own in the hopes that someone would come for him. I'm sure he knew it was selfish, but it was the only card he felt he had left.
Do you think this means Lev doesn't want to live at home anymore?
I had a feeling that wasn't the case. He's probably just going through a rebellious phase.
Oh, that's when kids start arguing and acting out, right? Catalina told me it's pretty common. Did you have a phase like that?
Lyria's question was innocent enough, but I was too embarrassed to admit that I'd ever gone off alone because I wanted someone to pay attention to me. Heck no! That's not something befitting of a grown lady like myself. So what if I told a little lie? Our biggest concern right now was Lev, who was out there, probably crying with his back up against some rough, silent tree. He needed a friend, and I was more than determined to be one for him.
All right, controlling Io. Io is a young mage who aspires to be an elegant lady. She's able to cast long-range in a wide area. Her square is chargeable, and it grants her a mystic vortex orb. Funny how I went through all of her masteries and her skills, yet this is the first time this is gonna be the first time I ever play Io, and Hold on, did something happen? Hold on. Okay. It skipped for a short moment. But let me read that out again. Io is a young mage who aspires to be an elegant lady. She's able to cast long-range spells and heal the party with recovery magic. Square casts a ball of magic while triangle hits foes in a wide area. Her square is chargeable, and it grants her a mystic vortex orb. The number of orbs she has determines how high she can charge her triangle attack to. Charging it up to max level is when the real magic happens.
This
Okay.
forest is as huge as ever.
Seems as though a fair amount of One Piece fans and YouTubers has played Skies of Arcadia 2, or at least they know enough about it to reference it on a regular basis, so I'm not the only one. So I must be the odd one out, because I only know of Skies of Arcadia through you.
Wait, we're still on the edge of the forest, right? What are goblins doing here?
Beauty is transient. What a mess.
There's no time to waste.
We've gotta find him.
magic of yours, Dio! Look out!
I don't see him anywhere.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about Ganagoza or anyone else on my team having a hard time.
That's a lot of monsters. Guess we'll just have to take them all out.
I'm on it.
Incoming!
Oh, come on! Just leave us alone already!
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lev's all alone out there. Come on!
It's good to have strong characters on your team.
Look, there he is. Over there.
Hey, Uggos! I'm the one you want!
Oh, y'all don't want none of this.
Watch out for the
And Ganagoza just nonchalantly obliterating everybody around me. Because that's... Because I made him so he is built different.
We were lucky we found Lev when we did, or he would have been Monster Chow. But before we could talk to him, the town watch came hurrying over.
Lev, your parents are worried sick about you. Come on, let's go home.
Lev looked away, ignoring the old man's outstretched hand. I could imagine how he was feeling, being treated like he was selfish and immature, when all he wanted was someone to sit down and talk to. The man sighed and scratched his head in frustration.
Your mom and dad are fine people. Try being a little more considerate, okay?
Lev immediately bristled at those words, breaking his silence.
What do you know? This is all your fault!
Knocking the man's hand out of the way, he turned and ran deeper into the forest. It was like watching a scene from my own past, but I wished he'd get a grip already. The deeper he went into the forest, the more likely he was to get attacked. We had to hurry.
You gotta love how much power you can get in this game. It's gonna be a bit of a process, but we're almost there. Thank you for being patient with me. Actually, hold on, we're at 3 hours and I haven't done a single mission for any of you guys. Speaking of One Piece, have I heard the one very plausible fan theory that Kuro was a former Sarfapal agent before becoming a pirate turned butler? Nope, because I really don't look into One Piece theories all that much. Unfortunately, but I don't.
We all split up to search for Lev so we could cover more ground. I didn't see any trace of him at first, so I thought I must have gone the wrong way. But then I noticed footprints that looked like someone had slipped over a nearby ledge. And sure enough, when I peeked down, I saw a familiar figure sitting hunched over, knees to his chest. He looked a little scraped up, but didn't seem to be hurt badly. I was just glad I'd managed to find him still in one piece. When I told him I was a Skyfarer, he immediately burst into tears of relief. I could tell he was upset with the villagers about something, and that's why he couldn't be honest with them. But as an outsider, I thought I might have a chance. Watch closely. I'm gonna cast some special magic just for you. It was time for one of my master's patented magic tricks. I showed Lev my empty palm before covering it with a handkerchief. I flung the cloth away, and voila! There was a piece of candy in my hand.
Wow, candy!
Here, you can have it. After devouring the candy, he finally calmed down.
Thanks.
Normally, that would have been enough to lift any kid's spirits. But his face fell again as quickly as it had lit up. I guess he really doesn't want to go home. I decided I wouldn't leave him until there was a smile back on his face. While we were still deep in the woods, I decided to ask Lev up front. Why did you run away? He hesitated at first, but after seeing that I was serious, he started to open up.
My mom and dad used to work as doctors in Tempe.
Back then, all had been well with their family. But when Furikin went berserk, they lost their home and ended up moving to Folka. That was when things started to fall apart. His parents began to spend all of their time tending to patients who were affected by the disaster, with hardly a moment's rest. Lev watched as his mom got paler and the black circles under her eyes grew darker and darker. He begged her to take a break, but it was no use. Eventually, she collapsed from overwork.
I told her she wouldn't be able to help people anymore if she got sick. She just wouldn't listen to me.
And here I thought he was just a kid going through a rebellious phase. But that wasn't the case at all. That's really grown up of you, Lev. You're just worried about your mom and dad, huh?
Yeah.
After hearing Lev's explanation, I finally understood how he felt. I knew how hard it was watching people you cared about pushing themselves too hard. I couldn't stand to see my master doing it either. And that's exactly what was going through Lev's mind. He wasn't being selfish. Everything he did, it was because he loved his parents. If it were me in his shoes, I'm sure I'd be worried sick about my parents too. There's nothing wrong with worrying about your parents. I'm sure they're proud to have a son who cares so much.
But
what? Something was still on his mind.
I always wanted to be a great doctor, just like my mom and dad. But after my mom collapsed, I started thinking maybe everybody else was just using them.
Along the way, he'd stopped being able to trust the people of Folka, and he thought feeling that way meant he could never follow in his parents' footsteps. Lev stared at the ground as he spoke, finally confiding his troubles to me. After hearing his story, I began to open up about my own parents. He listened to my words in silence. My parents had also strained themselves too hard after getting sick, and eventually passed away. So Lev's circumstances were all too familiar. Just like him, I felt nothing but bitterness and despair. But there was one difference. I've got to admit, I envy you a little. After all, your mom and dad are still alive and well. While we were standing there talking, Lev's parents and the villagers were probably beside themselves with worry, braving the dangers of the forest to search for him. When I told him that, Lev finally seemed to grasp the situation.
I really messed up, didn't I? I'm sorry.
Are you sure I'm the person you should be saying that to? I stood up and smiled at Lev. He and his family all seemed like really good people. The only thing they needed to patch their home back together was a long heart-to-heart.
Pardon me for just 1 second, everybody. I gotta take the boys outside. So give me a couple of minutes, and they also need to be fed as well. Give me a couple of minutes, and then I'll continue on. And apparently, I can't have no one with me with EO. I can't have anybody with me with EO. I hope I have enough pints. I hope I have enough pints. But I'll be back momentarily. I have returned! Took a little bit longer than normal because you know how finicky dogs can be when they go outside, and the amount of time it takes for them to eat. Denim eats like he's never had food in his life, whereas Kenzo is like content and he knows like, yep, once I'm done eating, I'm gonna check around, see if anyone's gonna need me to go back inside of my crate. And that's that. Kenzo gets the idea. But Denim's all like, hey, how come he gets to be out and I'm over here, stuck inside it? Because we have a playpen for Denim specifically, because he likes to roam around and get into stuff. So we feed him inside. We feed him inside of this playpen. And Kenzo, he knows how to behave himself when he's outside. He knows how to behave himself and conduct himself in a proper dog manner. And whenever he comes into my room after he's done eating, Denim's all like, hey, how come he gets to be out? Let me out! In dog speak, mind you. He doesn't actually speak English, but you know, it's funny to me how he behaves.
Oh, all right! That's nice. Great! Oh, fun! Great! Oh, fun!
I'm gonna try and grab as many essential skills as I can, including ones that'll help with this upcoming altercation I'm about to go through. I hear my phone, but I don't see my phone. I hear the vibration, but where is it? Pay no attention to the squeak of my microphone stand. Don't pay it any mind. I need damage. Where are my tyranny skills?
As we made our way back to town, Lev still seemed anxious. Don't start freaking out yet. First, you need to apologize to your parents. Then you can tell them everything you told me.
Well, how am I supposed to say it, though?
Talk about helpless. Lucky for him, he had a grown-up lady around to nudge him in the right direction. How about I teach you that special magic I showed you earlier?
But that wasn't real magic, right? It was just some cheap trick.
Rude. It was good enough to make you stop blubbering, wasn't it? Come on, let me see your hand. The trick I showed him could be used without any special training. It was the magic designed to bring smiles that my master had taught me. Lev watched me closely, then tried his best to copy what I did. He practiced over and over and over. After walking through the forest for a while, we heard the voices of Lev's parents and the other villagers. Lev?
you can hear me!
Where are you, Lev?
Mom! Dad!
As soon as Lev heard his parents' voices, he broke into a run. At that moment, the villagers' shouts echoed through the nearby woods.
Look out!
An enormous figure was approaching, knocking down trees as it lumbered toward us. It couldn't be. A goblin?
Intruders, die!
It all happened so quickly. The goblin lunged to attack Lev's parents.
You're gonna have to go through us first.
Huh?
Lev was speechless. It seemed as if the entire town of Folka had stepped up to protect his parents from the monster. What I did next was purely out of instinct. Freeze! A block of ice appeared out of thin air, slamming into the goblin's head.
Tasty meat! You first!
The spell had done its job. I'd gotten the goblin's attention. I'd finally made a breakthrough with Lev. I wasn't gonna let monster breath over here ruin their happy reunion. Bring it on! I've got a spell with your name on it.
I wish there was something we could do to help her.
I'll try mixing up a potion. That should do the trick.
There's more of them. What do we do now?
Stand back, everyone! I can handle this by myself. Here goes!
If you don't stop interrupting me!
Thought you had me. Too hot to handle. We won't lose.
Maybe I should have kept those quick charge on.
This'll hurt. You'll feel this
He's putting up one heck of a fight.
No. She needs medicine, quick!
It'll take more than that to scare me.
Yeah, you got this! Mario, I whipped up a potion for you!
Thanks! You're a lifesaver!
Healing wind.
Come on, you can do this!
Fire.
Not quite.
All or nothing.
I'll show you the other potion with your name on it. Thanks, Lev. Just what I needed. This guy's nothing special. Just gotta keep it up.
Incredible. I think she might actually do this.
Them jokers just popped in to give him another shield. This is what happens when you only favorite one character and you don't spend time on others.
Another revival potion coming up!
Too hot to handle. Healing wind!
There's more where that came from!
Here it goes! How's that my specialty?
My parents put their lives on the line for the sake of vaults, so I can't back down either. I'll use the magic Master Socket taught me to make everyone smile.
Another revival potion coming up!
Stop touching me! Yeah, you see? This is the reason why you need to dedicate time to all characters, and not just one.
Another revival potion coming up!
I can do
There's more where that came from!
Stand still, please, sir. See? See? See, it's not the game's fault. It's mine. It's mine for not dedicating the proper time to EO to make her powerful enough to take on this boss without any trouble. It's my fault that this fight took so long. Because I didn't upgrade her weapon, I didn't give her enough skills, I didn't level her up, I didn't level up her skill tree enough. That's on me. That's on me. That's why it was such a bad display, because I didn't dedicate the proper time.
First you saved Tempeal, and now us. Thank you, Skyfarer.
The people of Folka were all safe, including Lev's parents. After thanking me, Lev turned to the villagers, shuffling his feet nervously.
I'm really sorry, everybody. Thanks for protecting my mom and dad.
Come now, there's no need for that. We're the ones who ought to be thanking your folks. They've done so much for us. Sorry for everything we've put your family through.
Lev and I shared a glance before he turned to his parents, finally telling them everything he'd been bottling up inside. His parents and the people of Folka listened intently, nodding every so often at his words.
You only ever had everyone's best intentions at heart, didn't you? We're so sorry for making you worry.
I chalked it all up to selfishness and immaturity, but should have heard you out. I hope you can forgive your old man.
I was just glad everything had turned out all right in the end.
Ew! We're here to help!
Sorry, we were clear on the other side of the woods. What happened to that giant monster?
What the heck? You're the one who said heroes always arrive just in the nick of time. But what kind of hero arrives after the fight's already over?
What does that matter right now? Here, let me take a look at you. You're not hurt or anything, are you?
You have no idea how much I wanted to tease Rackham for losing his cool. But I held it in. It's really nice knowing you have people who care.
All right, we got another sigil. It's funnier when you have trouble. Yeah, it is kind of funnier when I'm struggling with things. But it's even funnier when it turns out that I'm struggling because of my own gaming ineptitude. Like it's like a I made this bed, I gotta lie in it type situation.
Coming to view the requests?
I'm just looking at all the characters I got. I'm weighing my choices once again.
The day had arrived for Lev to show his parents the magic trick he learned from me. Was he going to be able to pull it off? I had to see for myself, so I followed them to a restaurant in town and sat at a nearby table. Somehow just watching was enough to make me nervous too.
I want to show you something.
Come on, you can do this! It's all about sleight of hand, remember? Lev showed his parents the palm of his empty hand and covered it with a handkerchief. Then he removed the cloth just like I taught him. But when he opened his hand, there was nothing there. I thought he must have made a mistake, but it turned out I was wrong.
I learned this trick so I could make others smile. You're actually supposed to have a present in your hand when you open it, but I couldn't think of what to give you.
Unable to hold in the tears any longer, Lev started to cry.
You both have done so much for me. I just couldn't find anything good enough.
He wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, his voice quavering slightly as he fought to get the words out.
I'm really sorry for running off and scaring you guys. But I was worried because you're always so busy. It hurt when you wouldn't listen to me, and I've been so lonely. I tried not to let it get to me, but it just ended up being too much.
We're sorry too, Lev. But don't worry. Soon we won't be as swamped anymore. There's supposed to be a big group moving to Folka from Seed Hollow soon. I hear at least one of them's a doctor.
Once things have settled down, we'll all spend some quality time together. I'd love to go shopping in Seed Hollow as a family. That sort of thing. You'd like that too, right, dear?
Of course. As long as we decide on a budget beforehand.
Way to go, Lev! Seeing them all smiling together like that reminded me of Master Sokka for some reason. Once we're back in Fanta Grande, I think I'll pay a visit to Vaults and tell him all about this little adventure. Sometime later, a brand new clinic was built in Folka. Apparently, the people of Tempeal and Folka had chipped in to pay for it. A doctor really did move in from Seed Hollow, too, so Lev's parents were finally able to make more time for their son.
I'm gonna be a great doctor one day. I'll work super hard so I can give you a real present. Just you wait and see.
With an attitude like that, I have no doubt he'll make an amazing doctor. And besides, now he has my patented magic trick to put smiles on everyone's faces. When I peeked inside the clinic on one of our days off, I saw Lev chatting happily with the people of Folka. I'm sure this town will keep prospering even after we leave. The people here are tough. They'll overcome any hardship that comes their way. And that's what I believe anyway. After seeing the smile on Lev's face, how could I think otherwise?
Grand opening announcement, and with that, EO's stories are all done. We just have Eugen and Rosetta. But before we do that, I feel like it's necessary for...
Alright, see you!
I feel like it's necessary for me to do some missions real quick, because I've just been doing Fate episodes, and I wanna bring some other characters who kind of need to level, such as Id and Vasaraga. I need to rank them up. And who else needs a level? Oh, right, these dudes. Lancelot, Vayne, Percival, Siegfried. They gotta get leveled up too. As well as Zeta. So, you know what? I gotta switch these guys out. Lancelot.
And her people. Ready for
Vayne. And Percival.
Need the strength of a king.
Then we're going to switch over to Narmaya, because she's my go-to to do this current mission that we're about to do. And for everybody gets an XP bonus per person. I wish I had more. I really want to get my hands on more fast learners. Alright, the mission we're going to be doing
What do you think?
is Assault Formation. This mission is very good for leveling up characters quickly, though Slimepede would actually be the better option.
I can make the arrangements at once. Please be
The only thing about it, though, is the difficulty and the fact that Narmaya's weapon is not necessarily where I would want it to be for me to take out the slimes quickly. But we'll see. We'll see.
Now, to battle. I'll handle them.
Better act quick before they run!
The pond settles.
Oh, never mind.
The clouds clear.
Into the fray!
Look at the size of that blue blossom! Don't let it escape!
Clouds clear.
Have to finish before they cover!
The butterfly emerges. Clouds clear.
You made Vayne into the perfect tank? Amazing!
The pond settles. To the heavens.
Look at the size of that blue blossom! Don't let it escape!
Blessing from your
My
lord!
sword hunger.
Brace for it!
The pond settles.
On me!
I'll follow you.
Stay clear of my flames. Come now. We're old brothers in arms.
Look at the size of that blue blossom! Don't let it escape!
The clouds clear. The butterfly emerges.
Into the fray!
Of course. Fighting side by side, just like the old days. I never knew you to be sentimental.
This also gives you tons and tons of money, too.
Settles. The butterfly emerges.
Blessings from your lord.
There's still some slimes left, right? Up to it!
The cloud clears.
Look at the size of it! Ooh, watch it! Don't let it escape!
Rain on the hill. Again.
Don't you run away from me!
Cloud clears.
Go, go, go! Smash those pots!
The butterfly emerges. The pond settles.
Last push! Make sure you get them all!
The tide rises.
So I didn't get 100,
Now
but it's
that
fine.
was a blast! You were amazing!
Because these dudes jumped up 10 whole levels from this one mission.
Like candlelight kissed by a breeze.
Ooh, dangerously close to S++. And I got more copper spell books, which can be used to, level up characters outside of missions. And I'm getting a nice surplus of curios. The other one I'm about to go to is good for leveling up as well, and the enemies tend to crowd around a lot easier for that one. It's another survival. The mission types in this game are exceptionally good. They're good for farming, they don't get boring, they're good for materials, they have everything you need. It really is good. I am just majorly concerned about the proud difficulty. Like, this was the mission I was running for a good chunk of my morning before I started today's stream. That's actually the reason why the stream was at 1 instead of 12, because I was dedicating like a whole extra hour to leveling up so many other characters.
Stay in formation! Understood. Guns are down. What in blazes is going on? What are your soldiers doing out there? I ordered you to stop them.
Butterfly emerges.
Fly if you can! Assault formation! Stand and face me! You are a national. Can't take any more damage!
It's the legendary rainbow slime!
Legendary rainbow slime?
We'll be swimming in treasure!
Excellent work, everyone.
Yo!
That's me. Thanks! Meet your doom!
Yo, I can't let that get away. I'd never seen a prismatic slime before. No! Come back here! What was that?
Let's go! Of course!
What was that? That's the first time I've ever seen that slime.
With you around,
I gotta
I can take on any.
Whoa! 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 I got a Damascus ingot, 100 knick-knack vouchers from that slime?
Follow! Teamwork! Meet your doom! Well done!
I
appreciate that! I'm here for you! Stand and face formation! Barely a trust.
Let us press on.
The pond settles.
Stay focused!
The cloud clears. The pond settles.
Into the fray!
Don't let it escape!
You're right. Right, let's make it quick.
Nice ball.
Going up there. I ordered you to stop them. All units report to the stern. Permission to eliminate on site.
The pond. The cloud. The pond settles.
Into the fray! Race for impact! Fortune favors the bold.
You. The cloud clears. The pond settles. The cloud clears. No shade.
We must remain vigilant.
Yo.
Sure, no problem.
Look at the size of that cool Rosetta! Don't let it escape!
The pond settles.
Talking about, Percy?
Not have a Mongol call me Percy.
See, with the enemies running at you, this is actually a very viable farm as well. Because the slimes, they won't run at you. Sure, you get a ton of experience, but you have to chase them. Whereas these enemies will come after you.
Let us take them. Strong as the earth.
Plus, you also get machine units that can be used to get more knick-knack vouchers, which is essential once you start transmuting stuff.
I'll handle this. I can't wait!
Guys, help's on the way!
The butterfly emerges. To the heavens. The pond settles. The clouds clear.
Keep it up! Backup should get here soon!
The butterfly emerges.
Yo, I gotta see all those drops I got from that prismatic slime. I've never seen that before. I just recently heard that that was a slime yesterday. I just recently learned about it yesterday. And for it to drop for me? Oh, how kind. No, show me the drops. Show me the drops. Let me see the drops. Okay, so I got 2 Damascus ingots, which are used to increase my weapons level cap just straight off the bat. I got 100 knick-knack vouchers. I got an ambrosia. 3 Ozerite splendors, which can be used to max out a sigil instantly. So all these dropped from that one slime. And those things are rare. Those things are rare. Ooh. That's interesting. You know what I think? I think that's very interesting.
Hello there. Here it is. I can make the arrangements at once.
Is it just me or you have the full night squad? Actually, I am missing a person to add to this party. And the person to add to this party would be Siegfried.
For our homeland.
Siegfried, Lancelot, Vayne, and Percival. I think there's actually a trophy, in-game trophy, for playing with all 4 of them in a single party, like completing a mission with all 4 of them, I think. Hold on. Unrivaled crew. I seen it somewhere. They look like a pop band. There was something. Hold on. There was a trophy about playing with all 4 of them at once. I was so sure I've seen that before. Or maybe I was looking at something else. Maybe I was looking at the maybe I was looking at the actual trophies. Hold on, maybe I was looking at the actual trophies of the game. No, where did I see that? I was so sure that there was a trophy that said like, do a mission with all 4 of these people in a party before. I was so sure that I seen something like that. Maybe I'm tripping. I might be tripping. Yeah, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I didn't actually see it. Maybe it's just my inner desires. I am so sure that I seen that. And apparently defeat 3 prismatic slimes. Apparently I came across 3 of these things before. Maybe my eyes are playing, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Oh, here it is. Ah, here it is. I knew I wasn't crazy. Found it. The Dragon Knights. Complete a quest with a full party of Lancelot, Vane, Percival, and Siegfried. I knew it. Yo, CDs, welcome back.
Hello there.
Now, since their weapons ain't up to snuff,
Here it is. Would you take this one? Good luck out there.
they are not up to snuff. I haven't put a single point into their mastery. They are not where I need any of them to be for me to take on that same mission I did with Narmaya. They're not where they need to be. So we'll just go ahead and handle this quick quest out of the way. I knew it. I knew I saw that trophy somewhere. I knew it. When will we get a Sword Art Online game? We have had dozens. And the most recent one is called Recollection, I think.
Let's go, boy. From your Lord. Now the gloves come off. Surrender. Not call. Follow close. It's over. Good timing.
For sure.
What a fearsome spectacle. I'm eager to see that Lindsay Green. Push through. Understood.
Just seeing all these knights just hopping around. Just wait until VR is perfected. I don't think we should have SAO and VR in real life in the same sentence. Cause remember how that original story went down? Yeah, no thank you.
Let's see.
All it takes is for one very, very, very smart person to have a very, very, very dark thought. And then next thing you know, thousands of people are stuck in VR with no way out except dying or winning the game.
Well, shall we return?
As a Knight fan yourself, you love this team? Well, it's a good thing I can create party loadouts. I think. Imagine we can customize our avatar and active online game 24/7 global. Yeah, people wouldn't go outside any more than they already do, and any more than they already don't do. The phrase "touch grass" needs to be embraced by gamers everywhere, more than ever. Create a game where you can be in there 24/7? That's not a good idea. People will never want to leave their homes. Wow, this is the first time I'm ever looking at the party set where I can create party loadouts. So I can have the knight team, I can have the I don't know, swordsman team. I don't know. The fact that you can not only create loadouts for your gear, but also loadouts for your party members. So you can have one team that's good at taking down bosses, one team that's good at helping you farm, yada, yada, yada. The vast amounts of accessibility for this game is actually ridiculous. Actually, in some early stages of World of Warcraft, your actions as a player could affect the game permanently. This was quickly removed due to being complicated. I'd imagine, let a character kill an end boss. You therefore no longer have an end boss for other players to kill. Let a player destroy an entire village. Now other players won't be able to go to that village because it's been destroyed. I'm making examples. I'm not saying that that's actually what happened in earlier World of Warcraft. I've never actually played the game, and I never will. I never will. It doesn't interest me. I don't even need to say probably. Let me see. Would you do a team or go solo if they do? I feel you would do a team. Your first choice would be you, Gajil, team up. Am I right? Here's the thing, though, CDs. You are saying that as if we want to touch a VR game like that is 24/7 global and you're capable of customizing your avatar. Did you not hear? You not hear me when I say SAO is the warning? You not hear me? I'm over here giving you warnings all like, I feel you would, would you do a team or go solo if they do a game like that? No! The answer is no! I hope we get the Excel World type of VR game. You could spend 3 days playing and in real life it's just 1 hour. That's that mind slowdown. Cause ain't it funny how time seems to pass quickly if you get some good sleep, you know, when you're not tossing and turning. If you get some good sleep, you can lay down and then all of a sudden you wake up and it's suddenly morning again. You think they would rig us like that in real life? I don't know. I don't know. CDs. I have no way of knowing if they would rig us up. But families just showed up with food, so let me go help them bring that in. They brought me some food since mom and dad went out to enjoy Valentine's Day with each other and, just go out and eat. Sisters have come back after being out themselves, and, well, you already know what I've been doing the past 4 hours. Okay, I'm back. I can't believe we talking about, like... Hold on, let me get my controller. I sat it on my bed. CDs, this isn't the first time we've talked about the potential dangers of VR along the lines of SAO. This ain't the first time. There's just far too many variables. First of all, the world of SAO, while it has its share of twisted people, real life people are worse than anime insane people. Real life people can do some crazy nefarious things in real life that characters in SAO are meek in comparison to. What in the world? Hold on. There's something on the bottom of my cup. And it tried to stick onto my big old mouse pad. I'm gonna have to clean my mouse pad after the stream is over. I gotta clean my stuff. Gotta keep my stuff clean. Y'all have never seen my setup before, but I gotta keep my stuff nice and clean so I can whack. But there's just far too many variables, far too many dangers for what SAO offers that our world in real life will never achieve. Because one, if it works, you're gonna get people who wants to put ads in the game. Two, there's gonna be people that put you gotta think about it. The world of SAO is far more generous than ours is. Ours is monetized in every single way to the point of where basic functions are oftentimes dictated behind locked behind a paywall. And we would not be able to not only get that sort of thing started, but also sustain it. As much as we see things happening in like Ready Player One, SAO, or anything that causes people to go into like a virtual reality world, there's just too many variables in real life that would make that just near impossible to achieve and sustain without issue. But what about SAO without the death threat? It would not be SAO if it didn't have that at first. Because who knows how the life of Kirito would have gone if he never dived in, if the whole death threat wasn't an issue. He probably wouldn't have met Asuna. He probably wouldn't have met Klein and all the people he knows now. Probably wouldn't have met them. Or probably wouldn't have bonded with them in the way that he did throughout the series. But let me get back to this because we still got some game to play. Party sets. Save party formations, weapons, sigils, and skills as party sets for greater convenience. You can also edit each set's name and icon, so you can literally name them to what you want them to be so that they're easier to track down. And the laughing coffin stuff bad enough, let us know there's creepers out there playing the game. People who want to kill people in real life would play SAO just so they can do it. And when you tell them that, hey, if you die in the game, you die in real life, that's just going to encourage people even further. Encourage those psychotic killers. And you get to level up in the game and get stronger, so you make yourself stronger so it's easier for you to kill people? No. In our day and age, in our world, that's too accessible for too many people, and we don't need it. Psycho. I'm a gamer, but I do go outside. And no, I'm not the type of gamer when I do go outside. I'm a type of gamer where I do go outside. I don't burst into flames. Yeah, those are what we would call vampires. Man, if you play, you're going Sung Jin Woo on all of them. I'm not leaving no room to breathe. Do you realize how long it took Jin to even get to that point where he was able to one-shot everybody? It took time. How long do you think Jin was working out to get his body to that tone degree? How long do you think he was running from them centipedes if he failed? Man, if I play, I'm going Sun Jin Woo on all of them. With what skills? With what skills? 3 months. 3 months. So, you are going to dedicate that time to getting yourself on the level of Jin. On the series Black Mirror, immersive VR, AI, and brain consciousness transfer are somewhat used as forms of punishment. See? As much as we think about the fun stuff we can get from VR, Skyrim VR is fun. Super Hot in VR is fun. Playing some of them Killing Floor games in VR, while they were kind of scary for me when I did that one Halloween stream, yeah, those can be fun as well. But then you gotta think about how VR can be used to punish people. And that's a downside. And I'm like, yeah, I don't mind playing VR. Just don't hook me up to nothing. Just let me put the headset on, give me the controllers, but I don't want to feel no wires getting attached to me. I don't want to feel no shackles. Tell me what all does this thing do? If I don't see no pad at the top of the piece of the headset, and it looks like you gonna put some metal clamps on my head as soon as I get that VR headset on, oh no, I'm dipping. VR headsets are supposed to be soft. If I put it on my head and it feels hard, no, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. VR makes such great horror games. They really do. Because you're right there in front, and you can't run away from it. Like, you can't just get up out of your chair and be like, oh no! No, it's in your face. Which is why I don't play horror games in VR. Because I ain't gonna last. I ain't gonna last. You already know. I'm folding. I ain't gonna last with that. Flesh is weak. Embrace metal. I shall not. But at least we know how to make party loadouts. And we also have regular loadouts. I'm seeing these screens for the very first time. Loadouts. The weapons, sigils, and skills you have equipped can be saved as a loadout. You can also edit each loadout's name and icon. I know what I'm calling Gondagoza. Man, you got me wanting to play role-playing games now. Look, we need more of them. We need a solo leveling game done like this. It doesn't have to have like a giant, vast amount of characters to it, but when is that solo leveling game supposed to be coming out? I know it's supposed to be on PC and mobile, but I've been seeing them post stuff about the game for the past year, and there hasn't been a single date as to when this solo leveling video game is supposed to be coming out. I'm sorry. It's just that you keep showing me this game. Why would you show this game to me if I can't have it? And they keep talking about the game like, oh, we got the cutscene where Jin and Jinno are going up against Donsuke and his crew. Literally one of the most recent episodes from the anime, and I'm like, but where's the date? Where's the street date? Huh? Where's the release date? Huh? I will get rid of every other game I got on my phone if it means I get to play solo leveling. I will get rid of them all. All of them! Even ones I've been playing for the past 7 years, like Bleach, Brave Souls. I've been playing that for a very long time. But I will get rid of even that if it means I get to play solo leveling soon. Granted, I would much prefer a solo leveling game on consoles. I will always prefer it there. But if that's the only avenue I can get to get a solo leveling game, as much as I dislike it, I'll play it. Of course, if it's got gacha in it, you gonna throw me off massively. I'm being for real. If you try to put some gacha in a solo leveling video game because you know just because it's popular and you can get people with that, you gonna lose me real quick. You gonna lose me real quick. But I would much prefer a solo leveling game done like this. Play as Jin, level him up, get all these skills, level up the skills, to go into different dungeons and fighting enemies. Me and Gaji were kind of talking about it one day, I believe. But I would play a solo leveling video game like this, where if I go into his skill trees and I level him up, I get all these different perks, all these different powers, all these different abilities that just makes him overpowered. And then you also got to think about his skills also have levels as well. So it doesn't necessarily need to be exactly like GRANBLUE's skill tree, but it does absolutely need to adhere to the solo leveling mythos. A what? Gotcha. Oh no, not gotcha as in Gotcha. I mean gotcha as in Gacha. Gotcha is a term used for video games that have a slightly monetary element to them, where you can roll for characters of various rarities and degrees, with a rare chance of getting a certain character from this. An example of a gacha game would be Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. Another example of gacha would be basically any mobile game where it says like, here's all this premium currency, use it to summon all these heroes. You get to summon 10 times and you have a very rare chance of getting this particular character. That's a gacha. Those games are dangerous, incredibly dangerous, because they're also in mainline console games like FIFA and FIFA Ultimate Team, or basically any EA sports game where they give you characters that you can pull from, and they know it works. As nefarious as EA can be with their games, they know it works because people will spend thousands and thousands of dollars on these Ultimate Team gachas, but they can't carry it over to the next game EA makes, which means that every bit of money you spent on Ultimate Team only stays on that one game, and you can't transfer it over to the next one because that's a less... I bit my tongue! Ah! EA, you ain't gonna get me. I'm gonna tell people the truth. Don't even try it. So when you get the new game from EA, you can't transfer your stuff over because EA knows that if you transfer your stuff over, then your chances of engaging in their gacha again is drastically lessened. So they make it so that your Ultimate Team only works on that particular game. So when a new game comes out, you're back at square one. That is the effects of gacha. And EA knows how successful it is. So when I say gacha, I mean that specific element of certain, well, pretty much a vast majority, if not all, mobile games that exist right now. I'm saying that about Solo Leveling. If it's got any sort of gacha system to it, you're gonna lose me. It's supposed to be solo leveling, not solo, let me buy as many currencies as I can in order to get all this stuff real quick so that Jin can be strong enough to take on this mission that is purpose. And I'm about to go on a rant right now. I hope you guys don't mind before we get back to the gameplay. What I don't like about tons of mobile games is how they are built to encourage you to go to the shop to get characters and make them stronger. Like, for example, there are mobile games out there that start out easy, and then the difficulty ramps up drastically. And the characters you thought you were doing well with, the characters you were breezing through a vast majority of the game with, all of a sudden, they're no longer viable. So now you are left with a choice. You either wait and periodically do like daily logins and get all the loot that comes with it, and then close the game out, or you become the type of person that feels the exact need to get the currency necessary to get this character to a higher degree so you can take on the harder missions that have been built that way to encourage you to go to the shop. That's what I can't stand about mobile games. And the fact is, what I'm saying will not matter to them, to the people who make these mobile games, simply because it works. It sells. It's successful. There's money to be made in making people think that they gotta purchase gacha. Because that's how a vast majority of these mobile games are built. Lots of FOMO, lots of enticing characters. All these promises of like, you buy this first pack for only 99 cents. Yeah, that's how it starts out. It starts out at 99 cents. Then it turns into $99. Then it turns into $900. Then next thing you know, whenever a new banner for a character comes out on a mobile gacha game, you're shelling out thousands upon thousands of dollars just to get one character, and then get that character again so you can rank up the unique skills that require that you summon that character again. This is throughout tons of gacha games out there. And it turns you into what people ineffectually call a whale. And you know the sad thing? There was a press conference with people who were developing mobile games, and there's a video out there on YouTube that basically tells people, like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta turn people into whales. Dude was literally on stage saying, like, you have to turn your customers into whales because that will keep the money coming in. You gotta make them addicted to the game. It's the dopamine effect of summoning a character you always want that makes you think like, oh, I got them, that means I could possibly get them again. That's how gambling works. You win one time and then you think, I could win again. That's essentially what it is. It's essentially what it is. It's gambling. It's gambling. You are literally, they said March 2024 for solo leveling. Huh. We'll see, Godjiel. Thank you for looking into that for me. But it's essentially gambling. You are sacrificing the currency that you have for a chance to get something successful or get something low bar and not worth your time. And that also equals to like you sacrificing money for this currency for the chance, the very small minor chance to get this particular character. And you could either get them or you don't. If you don't get no return on the investment you put into it. Like if you roll for like, say you get enough currency to roll 10 times for a character. You try and roll for that character, you don't get it, and let me add on top of that. You spend $20 to get some currency to get one character, and you want to roll a summon times 10 2 times. You do it twice. You don't get the character you're looking for. So now you're out of $20. You ain't getting that back. You didn't even get any good characters. You got like rares and you got like commons. Is it just solo leveling? Just a video game. But I'm not saying that solo leveling has gacha in it. I'm just saying I hope it doesn't have it in it because it doesn't need it. I'm just hoping that it doesn't have it. That's what I'm hoping for. But that's how gacha games work. You sacrifice two things: your time and or your money. But there's no guarantee that you're going to get a return, a mutual equal return. A mutual equal return on what you lose. So that's and I said all of that to say this. I really hope that solo leveling doesn't have a gacha in it because I feel it doesn't need it. It's Solo Leveling Arise. Yeah, that's the game. Been waiting on that game for a very long time. That game was announced when the story was still going on. That game was announced well before we reached the end of the series. But yeah, I just really hope that Solo Leveling is that game where it's like, hey, you get to earn all this stuff in the game. You don't need to put a single cent into it. You can earn everything. I want it to be that game. Yet at the same time, the realist in me knows for a fact that they're going to try and put some gacha in it because it's a successful and popular series. That's a concerning thing, which is why I would have rather it be on console. But of course they wouldn't put it on console because how are you going to nickel and dime players every time they boot it up? Did I read the comment that what I said about skill trees of solo leveling? What did you say? You know whose skill trees would probably be extremely crazy in solo leveling? Guess what, Shadow? Are you talking about Igris? Are you talking about Igris?
The honor is mine!
Let's move out.
Let's do this.
Oh, you say nope? Beru then?
You wouldn't leave your sister behind.
Oh, Tusks, since he's a mage. Ah, I see.
Come to view the requests? Right.
Also, I'm going to do something crazy. I am going to show you the hardest difficulty in the game and how difficult these bosses can be at this difficulty. I'm not worried about losing. I just want to show you how tough they can be.
I can make the arrangements at once.
And it's probably a bad idea for me to be adding characters who are not...
Have a nice day.
Who are not physically ready to take on this boss.
I'm ready to fight.
Oh, are we going on a field trip? Yes, can I help you? Here it is. Would you take this? Please be careful.
Let me show you. Proud bosses are no joke. They are no joke. They're probably going to make him more like a fire mage since he has the orb. The orb itself does not deal with just fire magic. It just increases the power of Tusk's magic. So he doesn't necessarily have to be a fire mage. The Orb of Avarice just increases his power.
Break them all! Well, into my trap.
The time is right. God, that was not the end.
The path of the master has no end. That's way.
Rain on the hill. Dr. Lynn. Looking good. Let's roll. The moment of breaking might. All me. Everyone has such great technique. Come on, see more.
How dare you run away from me?
Wind in the field.
Here for you.
No, he was still far away.
We were in harmony.
I like it.
Patch you up.
Oh, generous.
Nice!
Iron shoulder!
Let us take them.
Strike as one.
Hey,
Well done.
no!
I guess so.
Stop moving. How do you keep dodging my stuff?
You have my thanks. Let's roll.
Everyone okay?
I see that arm.
Excuse me, sir. Sir. Oh, sir.
I'll save you.
Silver the cloud breaks the storm!
Get back in there and stay cautious.
Beat him down! Eternal rage style! Blazing fist of the Red Lotus! Storming sword!
Butterfly effect. Moonrise! Well done.
Citizen!
Take this! Destination!
We were the
We do
wind!
what we can.
The soul burns with fury!
After you, okay.
Now rage forward!
Right!
Let's roll. Rain on Let's roll.
Wow, Gran, you could have told me you were going to slow him down.
And my blade. Unkind.
Let's patch you up.
Unfreeze me!
From the cloud, bring the flood! Entrust the front line to me!
Have at it. That's where a clumsy boy belongs.
Beat him down!
To hell with you! A spider bite!
No mercy. There are no heights we cannot scale.
Yes! Let's finish this!
Ooh, perfect.
Randagoza!
Be gone! Into infinity! Out of it!
Fine. Hard smash now! That was fun! Need a hand? That's right.
This is the first
Giant Sword! Gale Burst!
Now that's teamwork!
Guess we could have gone a little easy. Harmony is the basis of power.
Understood!
Wow, that attack has some bite to it.
giant dome of the cloud breaks the storm!
You know, I honestly thought I was going to die in this fight. Huh. Looks like I'm a lot stronger than I give myself credit for.
You passed the dragon trial!
Oh. Very nice.
I love how I get a burn resistance from an ice dragon.
Behold! Ah! True ferocity!
I love Gondagoza's titles. I smell weakness. Didn't get S++ though, because I feel like me going in critical condition kind of took away from the overall success. But hey, I walk away from an insult to, with an insult to injury, 50 knick-knack vouchers, and a whole bunch of resources. I'd say that was a successful proud mission. Honestly thought I was going to die, but we lived. We managed to live through it all. Now, one thing I need to note is that I recently came across a skill called supplementary damage, which, the long and short of it is, I have a chance of double attacking. So, if you look at the skill... Oh, wait. You mean to tell me I could have been able to switch back and forth to skills and gear with L2 and R2 instead of just going back to... Okay, learn something new. But, back to it. Supplementary damage is basically grants a certain chance for normal attacks and damage skills to deal supplementary damage, which means that grants a chance for your attacks to hit twice. That's what this skill means. So if I go down, these are all the stats that I have. These are all the stats and skills that I got my hands on. This is all I got. Regenerating health, boost the charge speed of my SBA gauge, more health, lucky charge. But supplementary damage, it is at 42% chance to trigger. If I was to get this to 45, then all of my attacks would hit twice. And that also goes for my charged up super punch when my bar is full. But also got Tyranny, that's maxed out. Improved healing, that's part of a right stone that I have. Increased critical hit rate. More HP from my weapon. Tyranny's max. Supplementary damage is maxed out. Charge attack, I could, you know what? I should probably boost this. Charged attack damage, so that my big punch does even more damage. I should probably boost that as much as I can. I think I can go 4 levels, so that should put it at, level 15, which will give me an additional 35%. Maxed out, it'll be 50, but I don't have that. Critical hit rate of charged attacks, I probably need to increase that to about 50, so every other chance I can have it. But this is what me and Gaji will be doing. When we're playing together, we are minimaxing. We are looking what can be changed, what can be optimized, what can be fully leveled to give us the maximum amount of power. And as I'm looking at all my stuff, my damage cap is maxed out. It is maxed out, so all of my damage limits of attacks are increased to plus 250. Skill and SBA damage cap, that's increased to 250 as well. And I'm trying to get my hands on the Eternal Rage sigil that has both of his skills. Because the one I have, Eternal Rage's Ethos, which is boosts to Raging Fist's damage cap. So, with damage cap being plus being 50, that essentially takes my damage, overall damage, to normal attacks and charge attacks, I think. Hold on. Yeah, triangle attack, that basically takes it to 300%. But I want to get the other skill, because the other skill that Gondagoza has is Eternal Rage's Metal, which increases the critical hit rate. Boost to Raging Fist's critical hit rate. Effect strength is based on how much Eternal Rage Gondagoza has. Having both of that ensures that I basically always do critical hits since my critical hit rate is already so high. So, yeah, I'm gonna be working on that. And I did a couple of missions, so now I'm gonna dedicate the last half of this stream to following through the rest of the story missions I said I was gonna do. We were gonna be doing 6. Gran, Catalina, Rackham, Io, Eugen, and Rosetta. So, Eugen's next, then we'll cap off the stream with Rosetta stuff. So, the next time I have a stream, we'll dedicate time to Charlotta, Fairy, Narmaya, Lancelot, Vayne, and then Percival. And then lastly will be Siegfried, Cagliostro, Yodara, Zeta, Vasaraga, and then lastly Id. So yeah. Going to be dedicating some separate streams to doing some more Fate episodes, because I feel like I really want to do that. But yeah, let's continue with Eugen, because this will give me a chance to chow down on the food my family brought for me.
I once gave up being a Skyfarer. Also, I could take up arms to protect my home island, Auguste. Man, she was special. You see, there aren't too many places in Fana Grande with oceans, much less ones as gorgeous and pristine as Auguste's. And I'd be damned if I stood by as the Erste Empire sullied its waters with the byproducts of their weapons research. It goes without saying that I enlisted. Good thing, too, because it was in the midst of the ensuing war that I met the Grand Cipher crew. They helped us, the local mercenaries, I mean, take a stand against those Imperial punks. It wasn't a picnic, but we weren't gonna go down without a fight. In the end, the war wasn't decided by either side, but by the patron deity of the land, Leviathan, who damn near drowned Auguste in a fit of rage. Anybody's troubles would have seemed small compared to a battle like that, huh? Well, not long after, as if irony was waiting to bite me on the ass, my estranged daughter showed up out of the blue. I know what you're thinking. What kind of parent wouldn't rejoice at seeing their child again? But it's complicated, and it's all my fault. Man, the way Apollonia looked at me, like a wolf staring down her bunny-eared breakfast. I couldn't face her. But this crew, there was something about their vitality, you know? Here were these young'uns standing against impossible odds and coming out stronger for it. Maybe if this old man took good notes, he could eventually have an honest conversation with his own baby girl. So, I asked to join the crew and took up a life of skyfaring once again. The next time my daughter and I met, I wouldn't let fear and regret keep me from moving forward. How'd me and my daughter end up estranged? Well, the first thing you need to know is that my wife was stricken by a terminal illness. I refused to listen to the doctors. Terminal my foot. Even if there was no cure in Auguste, surely there ought to have been something in other lands. And so, I left my family at home, crisscrossing the skies looking for a cure. Got into a lot of adventures along the way, and somehow ended up making a name for myself. But no matter how far and wide I traveled, the cure eluded me. And while I was away, my wife, she breathed her last. I wasn't there for her when she needed me most. I never even got the chance to say goodbye. Regret and self-loathing crashed over me in never-ending waves, threatening to pull me under. You can't even begin to imagine the pain. And there was nothing I could do about it. It was all my fault. My daughter spent countless days looking after her sick mother, fighting off fear and dread. It's not hard to imagine why she hates me. She must have asked herself time and again, why was her father gallivanting across the skies while his family suffered? By the time I finally came home, she was long gone. There were no other relatives to turn to. The only family she'd known was no more. All I could do was stand dazed and helpless in the cold, empty shell of the home we'd made. After that, 15 years passed. I met the captain, and through my travels with the crew, reunited with my daughter. This might surprise you, but we didn't have a tearful, touching father-daughter reunion the second time around either. I spent so long telling myself that the next time we met, I'd face up to my past. But when the moment came, I froze. What could I possibly say or do for her as a father, after all this time? Any courage I'd mustered withered in the face of her scorn, and I was left standing there, feeling like an old bastard. Sometime after this heartwarming reunion, I bonded with Leviathan, and through our link, saw glimpses of what lay in my daughter's heart. I thought I had escaped all those painful memories. But here they were. In that world created by the pact with Leviathan, my wife was still alive. I saw how things might have been if I had done things differently. Of course, I knew none of this was real. But I would rather stay in a world of memory than live in a cold, lonely reality without her. But she wasn't having any of that. She said I couldn't sacrifice my future to dwell in the past. She made me promise to fix things between myself and our daughter. Said she'd boot me out of the ocean if I came back without completing my task. Her words finally gave me the push I needed to face my past and start on the path to a brighter future. They gave me the strength to fight for my daughter in her hour of need. And I'd like to think that I finally did something fatherly, if only just the once. Of course, I don't expect our relationship to be mended with one conversation or act of bravery. But little by little, I think we're getting there.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm rooting for Eugen to have a happy ending all the way. Okay? I'm rooting for him. I am rooting for this man. You don't get a whole multitude of fathers who go out of their way to try and, mend things with their families, but also try as hard as he did. But, man, I'm rooting for this man. I'm rooting for him. Dang, I didn't think the Fate episodes were gonna get me like that.
When Tempeal was hit by a devastating storm, refugees flocked to the safe haven of Folka. We heard the news and docked on the island, which was buzzing with activity. It was clear. All hands were needed on deck as reconstruction efforts got underway. So we walked through the city, looking out for opportunities to help. That's when we saw a distressed young draft. We didn't know the details, but it was plain as day that something wasn't right. He was stumbling around, eyes unfocused, and staring into space. I couldn't shake the feeling that we shouldn't leave him on his own, so we ended up trailing him. We came to the edge of a cliff. Though the morning sun shone on our faces, a frigid wind blew down our backs. The draft just stood at the edge, staring at something only he could see. Hey, careful there! With the wind whipping around like this, you might lose your footing! The draft whirled around, taken off guard. After a while, he looked away, shrugging.
Thanks for your concern.
You look like you've got something on your mind. If you want a friendly ear, you've got him here.
I guess I do.
He smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. The draft introduced himself as Karzeda. Back in Tempeal, he was a jeweler's apprentice.
My childhood friend was caught up in that storm. I was in love with her. Could never get up the courage to tell her. And now it's too late.
Karzeda bit down on his lip, as if he was trying to hold back his despair. He went on, telling us that he'd hit a slump in his apprenticeship. Nothing he did could gain his master's approval. His frustration boiled over, and he got into a rip-roaring fight with his friend. Hurt, she fled from the workshop. He didn't go after her.
I wish I had, because that's the day the storm came.
Karzeda's face twisted in agony. He made a mistake, and it ended up costing him someone dear. I could understand all too well. Karzeda stared at the sunbeams as they illuminated the cliffside. His eyes were watering, and not just from the sun's rays.
When we were kids, we made a promise. Once I became a proper jeweler, I'd share my most treasured secret with her. Cowardly, yes, but that was the only way I could tell her how I felt.
It all made sense now. His deepest, darkest regret was putting off telling her what was in his heart for so long.
We made that promise ages ago. I wouldn't have been surprised if she forgot all about it.
Karzeda paused, as if remembering something. He lifted his gaze to the sky, then continued.
Oh, right. I have to go back to the mines in Tempeal. There are keepsakes of hers there. I don't think she can move on without them.
I could tell how important this was to him. But when the people fled Tempeal, a horde of monsters moved right on in. Actually, forget the fiends. Karzeda wasn't in shape to go anywhere right now. What do these keepsakes look like? I can head to the mines and track them down for you. Considering his condition, I wasn't about to give him room to argue. Besides, I know all about not being able to share the important stuff with a loved one while there's still time. There's so much I didn't get to tell my family. Even now, thinking of our old house makes my heart ache something fierce. That day, there was no one to greet me when I opened the door. Seeing the cold remains of my home tore open a void in my heart. But you know what? I managed to keep going because my friends were there for me. This time it was my turn to support someone who needed it.
Oh snap, they're gonna catch me in the middle of me eating my hot dog. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Controlling Eugen. This old soldier fights foes while battling his own demons. Able to snipe weaknesses from afar, he's also adept at hand-to-hand combat. Hold square to enter sniper vision. He won't be able to move while in sniper vision, but he'll be able to manually aim his shots. This is especially useful for destroying body parts. Grenades deal damage to foes in their blast zone. Hold triangle to aim the throw. Grenades explode after a period of time, or can be detonated by an attack. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting.
The keepsake should be somewhere around here. Might as well inspect the mine shafts as we go too.
Whoa! The place is crawling with goblins!
Can't just let them run amok. Time to get to work. That was too easy.
Oh, we get to go through this area again without Furykin wrecking the entire place.
They act like they own the place. Sorry, but you're gonna have to move.
Oh, his gun's strong enough to one-shot him. I'm happy. I like to one-shot enemies.
Well, who invited you to the party? Here comes
This
trouble.
dude's got some aim, though. That's actually some really good aim. He might have the longest range out of everybody. Well, longest range aside from Cagliostro, because she can aim a far distance as well.
Watch out! That one's got a bow!
You picked the wrong guy to have a shooting contest with.
Okay, Van Ogre. Okay, Van Ogre, I see you.
Carceda's counting on us to find those keepsakes. A watering can, a shovel. These are the keepsakes.
Huh? Did you hear that?
I smell weakness.
Whoa! More goblins! And look at the size of that one!
And so does Narmaya.
We got the big one. I think we can rest easy.
Great! Let's head back to town.
Sheesh, the place was crawling with goblins. Good thing we came instead of Carceda. Carceda said his friend loved flowers. Tempeal's soil was harsh and didn't lend itself to flora, but her dream was to grow a variety of flowers and let them bloom all over the land. Knowing how much her dream meant to her, Carceda wanted to bring her gardening tools back and place them in front of her grave. His hands were trembling when I passed them over.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He was so choked with emotion that each word sounded pained, like thorns sticking in his throat. I kept my eyes on him. It felt like if I looked away for even a second, he'd fade into the great blue beyond. He was still grappling with his hurt. You wanted to say goodbye to her properly, right? Come on, I'll go with you. I slapped him on the shoulder, silently willing him to pull himself together.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Carceda hugged the tools tightly against his chest, his teeth biting down hard on his lip. It broke my heart, seeing someone so young deal with such overwhelming tragedy. The least I could do was help him see this through.
Since I got the opportunity, I'm gonna put some sigils on Eugen that I know will benefit him if he happens to be by himself. Concentrated fire boosts the power of ranged attacks. We're just gonna stack a whole bunch of them for him. Do y'all realize how close this is to being called an AK-47? Y'all realize how close that is?
Yes, can I help you?
Just as we arrived at the cemetery, the clouds opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain. The blue sky was gone, painted over by a steely, unforgiving gray. Looking around, I saw that there were others paying their respects at different plots. Like Karzeda, they probably lost loved ones to the storm. As soon as he laid eyes on the mound of earth in front of him, the dam broke. Karzeda's shoulders heaved with his sobs.
Why did I say those awful things? There were so many more important things I wanted to tell you, but
He sank to his knees, crippled with grief. His fist beat at the earth, sending drops of muddy water splashing onto his face.
I didn't want that to be our last conversation. If I hadn't blown up, if we hadn't fought, I only wanted to see you smile, but I made you cry.
All I could do was watch over Karzeda as he poured out the feelings he'd held back for so long. Let it out, son. It's the only way to get through it. After the visit, we made our way to a tavern. We could hear the rain beating down on the establishment. It was still day, but the sky was dark as night. Karzeda ordered the stiffest drink they had and downed it in one gulp.
My friend once showed me a flower and said that each one symbolizes something. At the time, I didn't get it, and I had other things in my mind, so I never bothered looking it up.
He shook his head, saying that he'd wished he had treasured those small, everyday moments with her. Each word struck me like a blow, reminding me of my own failures.
How am I supposed to live with this regret? It's like the storm outside, pounding on me until I give in and let it sweep me away.
I mulled over his question for a while before opening my mouth. I'm not the person to answer that. Only your friend knows.
But how? She's...
So I told Karzeda about my wife, and about the agony of losing her. All the things I'd hoped for, things we could do as a family, were no longer possible. The chasm of remorse threatened to swallow me whole. I couldn't imagine things getting better. Not then, not ever. But I was still alive. Unlike my wife, I still had a future. Didn't that obligate me to move forward, to find meaning in being left behind, and try to fulfill what she wanted for me? Didn't that apply to Karzeda? You want me to go with you? To find that flower, I mean? Maybe finding it would give him the answers he needed.
You think we can find the flower? That sounds like a good idea.
Karzeda spoke haltingly, as if remembering the times he shared with his beloved friend. She'd always loved flowers. Tempil was a land forged by its mines, and its climate wasn't suitable for flowers. But that wasn't going to stop her. As if that thread of memory had unspooled another, Karzeda said that his friend mentioned having a secret flower garden. But she hadn't told him the location, so he wasn't sure where to begin looking.
Sometimes she'd head out to a forest near Folka. If the garden's anywhere, it's probably somewhere in there.
It might be a long shot, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I drained the last of my glass. We stepped out of the tavern. The rain had stopped. The air was humid, but the sun was a welcome sight after the rain. I squinted up at the brilliant blue sky. There, arcing over the forest, was a large rainbow. We took our first steps into the forest. There's something about the woods after it rains. The air's so pure and refreshes the spirit. I had a good feeling we'd find that garden in no time. My optimism didn't last long. We spent hours searching every single likely spot, and a lot of unlikely ones too. Yet the garden eluded us. If it was here, it was tucked away somewhere really obscure. While we searched for those flowers, I made sure to keep tabs on Rosetta as well. The sun might have come out, but his expression was still clouded. He looked like he was on the verge of breaking down. I figured I should say something to try and shore up his spirits. I told him that no matter how harsh things are now, or how bad some days will be, there's always meaning in getting up each day, even if it takes some time to find it. Sometimes a search will take you back the way you came. Sometimes it's a detour, but even that has meaning, because the answer could lie off the beaten path. The important thing is to take things 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day at a time. Even regret seems as tall and foreboding as a mountain. Might become a gentle hill you could walk over, given enough time. I know what it sounds like. But I wasn't just telling him this to make myself feel better. It's just... sometimes, you have to run when the going gets tough, and that's fine. Just as a ship needs a port in a storm, a soul needs a safe harbor. Turning your back on your problems isn't the solution. No one knows that better than me. But we're allowed to make mistakes. That's part of the journey, and what it means to be alive. At some point, we have to settle up with the demons inside of us and learn to live with them. I've been skyfaring long enough to trust my gut, and it says we'll find that garden.
Thank you. If only I knew what she was growing.
We'll know once we find it. Just stay close to us, okay?
I really do like the amount of detail they put into not just the side missions and the main missions and the locations you get to go to, but
Let's look for that garden. Maybe we can find some clues around here.
Vern, please. Vern, please. But the detail that they put into the Fate episodes to make it more personal for the characters. I just find that not just fascinating, but also I like it.
Here goes.
Phantasmagoria.
That butters my biscuit.
Wind in the field.
I'll draw their fire. You guys kill him.
This wood is aromatic. It should ward off the beasts. Maybe it was put here to protect the flowers. There might be more nearby.
Let's go.
Hey, Timberwolves, I need to kill them for a secondary request from one of the citizens.
Another scented stick. And more over there.
This is the place. I know it. But it's...
Damn it. The monsters are really going to town. First things first, we fight. Get back, Rosetta.
Certain as death!
Fire, huh? Nothing me and my gun can't handle. Don't think you can trample someone's precious memories and get away with it.
Here goes! Wind and
I'm up!
Panacea!
Much obliged.
Thank you, Narmaya, because everyone else seems to be thinking like, they're flying in the air, we don't know how to combat that. I gave y'all all anti-air skills. They literally acting like the police officers from Demolition Man. We're not trained for this kind of violence.
You all right, Rosetta? Come on, pull yourself together. People weren't the only ones who lost their homes to the storm. Monsters that were driven from their former territories flocked to the woods surrounding Folka. We finally found the garden, but the monsters had trampled a good chunk of the flowers, leaving behind only a few pathetically wilted survivors. Rosetta stared at the carnage, dumbstruck. I couldn't blame him. It's not like the monsters had done it on purpose, but they might as well have stampeded over his broken heart. I'm no gardening expert, but even in their sorry state, I could tell that the flowers had been well cared for. Fertilizer, spades, watering cans, and other tools were laid out. Inside one of the equipment boxes, we found a notebook with detailed records of all the flowers she had planted. The notebook had instructions on how much fertilizer was needed to help the flowers take root in the mineral-loaded soil, the best time for planting, the names of the flowers, and what they symbolize. I passed the notebook to Rosetta, who began reading it as if the secret to life was written in its pages. Maybe for him it was. The last page described another flower garden, separate from this one. With the notebook to guide us, we went in search of it. As we walked, I prayed for Rosetta's sake that the other garden was intact.
Shine-Eyed. Hey, what's going on? We're currently working on Eugen's Fate episode, and then the last one I'm doing for this session will be Rosetta. I'm going to be tackling 6 episodes per session, so this is the start of it, me finishing the rest of Gran's episodes when I kind of started playing GRANBLUE, and I was too weak to do one of the missions, but I kind of over-leveled him and he just breezed through it. But what I got now is I've already done Gran's, Catalina's, Rackham, EO's recently. Then we just got Eugen and Rosetta for this particular session. And then we'll continue on. The curio farming is killing you. Man, I haven't even done curio farming. What I've been doing is machine units farming from the Assault Formation mission, which is helping me get those curio vouchers. But you want to know what's killing me in this game? How low the RNG is for me to be using that transmarvel sigils function. My friend Gajiel, he has been getting so many god rolls, so many character sigils, dual sigils. He even got one for Narmaya and Eugen back to back. And I'm like, I can't get one? I can't even get one? Like, I get the skill, I'll get these character skills, and then they'll have a different basic skill attached to it. But I can't get no double character skills at all? I can't get one for Gondagoza? I can't get one for Narmaya? I can't get one for Cagliostro? I can't get nothing from them? So, now, I'm just in the mindset of gathering as many knick-knack vouchers as I can. Because I won't be using the Transmarvel feature until I get my stock to at least 50. Will it take time? Of course it will. But it's gonna take. But I don't want to go through a situation again where I put in 13 and then I don't get like a single character sigil from it. But this curio farming, I've heard of it, but I've never tried it myself. Is it really that time consuming? Is it really that grinding? You would do the voucher tickets farm, but the rare sigils you get from curios are good, but they're so hard to get. I currently have like 34 curios right now, and like I said, I've heard about the curio farm, but I never looked into it, so I can't really give my opinion on it because I haven't done the curio farm for myself yet. Because I'm just way too focused on trying to get these vouchers so I can increase my Transmarvel stock. I will say this though, even though the game can get incredibly grindy, especially if you're using Ascension weapons, it's worth it.
A quiet clearing in the forest, devoid of any beasts. The only other presence besides us was a crisp breeze. Shafts of sunlight peeked through the trees that shaded the garden. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I took in the sight. Purple anemones bloomed, filling the entire clearing. Just looking at them, I could feel the tension drain from my body.
That's it. These are the flowers she talked about.
Karzeda opened the notebook. Flipping through its pages, he came to the section on anemones. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he read her notes.
I see. So that's what she was trying to tell me.
After a while, he pulled himself together and turned to me.
Thank you for everything.
I saw it through his tears and heard it trembling on his voice, a fledgling seed of hope.
If you hadn't come when you did, well, I never would have known what she wanted to tell me.
He smiled, a pure expression devoid of the previous darkness.
She dreamed of a Tempio blooming with flowers. And I'll carry the torch. I'll make sure her dreams come true.
Glad to hear it. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other and you'll be fine. Karzeda placed a hand over his heart and closed his eyes, as though speaking to his beloved. Or maybe he was burning the sight of this garden in his mind's eye. Our time together came to an end, but I felt as if the storm clouds were truly gone, and in its place was a clear blue sky. Maybe part of the reason I was drawn to Karzeda is that I could sense that we shared something important. We both had regrets weighing us down. We made our share of mistakes. Still, there's no turning back time. All we can do is keep marching forward. Now that I think about it, just as I was there for Karzeda, there were a lot of people propping me up on my journey. I owe all those people my thanks. It's because of them that I stand here today.
Okay, one more for Eugen.
Dear Eugen, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. Every now and then I hear news about you and your crew. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I was finally able to get licensed as a full-fledged jeweler in Folka.
I started creating pieces based on those purple anemones we saw. People love them. I can't make them fast enough to keep up with the demand. The proceeds from the sales go to organizations working to restore Tempeal to its former glory. Once we can go back home, I plan to create a large garden, just as she would have wanted. The promise we made as kids can't be fulfilled, but I plan to keep the promise I made to myself. I'll do it to bring her dream to life. P.S. I never did tell you what those purple anemones symbolize. According to her notebook, they mean, I believe in you. I'll wait for you. The next time you're in Folka, look me up. Until then, please take this pressed flower as a token of my gratitude.
All right, and with that, we've ended all of Eugen's Fate episodes, and we got Diary of a Horticulturist. Next, Rosetta. The 2 sigils you're trying to get is the supplementary damage, which gives extra damage to all your attacks, which is, I have one of those. I have one of those. And the War Elemental, which makes it so you can do the most damage without worrying about elements. So, just so we're clear, War Elemental basically makes it so that you're doing maximum damage and you don't need to worry about the type you're fighting doing less damage because of the type that you are. Say, for instance, if I were to put it on Gondagoza, I would be doing the maximum damage I would normally do against any other enemy if I was fighting, say, if I was fighting Vulcan Bola, which is another fire type. Because if that's the case, I might need to get my hands on War Elemental as well. That's just too good to pass up. I'm still working on optimizing my Gondagoza. Nice, you say yes. Okay, good. That's good to know. Because I need to do maximum damage at all times. At all times. It is a requirement. But onwards to Rosetta.
Zega Grande, the Forgotten Skydom. As I gazed into its perennial blue, I reflected on my last time here, during my travels with him. My memories of this place were distant, yet unforgettable.
Have you been here before, Rosetta?
Hmm? Perhaps I have. Who can say? Eventually, I'll share my tales of the captain's father and our journey together. When the time is ripe, of course. But first, I would need to sort through my own emotions. It was here in these skies that we would eventually part. I know. In the eyes of eternity, our time together lasted no longer than a blink. Yet his impact on me felt nothing short of eternal. Indeed, it wasn't nostalgia that I felt upon revisiting these skies. Rather, it was the significance of this place and all that transpired here that weighed heavily upon my heart. During the war, primal beasts were exploited by the Astrals as instruments of battle. Withered and fated, one primal would eventually drift to Lumacier Archipelago, making a home for herself. Over time, she grew accustomed to the comforts of its forests and the serenity they offered. It was a far cry from the brutalities of war. Centuries would pass until a young man stumbled upon her domain, forever altering the course of her life. She engaged him in a vicious battle, but was ultimately humbled in defeat. Accepting her fate, she resigned herself to death. However, the man would sheath his blade and, to her surprise, asked if she would join him on a journey across the skies. A primal beast was supposedly no more than an astral weapon. Beings born to be controlled, manipulated, and ill-used since time immemorial. She had never entertained the idea of something more. In fact, she hardly had a name for herself. Well, she did have a moniker, but it was a meaningless one, whose sole purpose was to identify her as a weapon. Perhaps out of pity, perhaps out of kindness, the man bestowed upon her a new name. It was from that moment she would truly blossom. Rosetta. It was his gift to her, one she would treasure and love for eternity.
Now we're getting the backstory of Rosetta. This is something I've actually been really looking forward to. I love these deep dives of character backgrounds.
With every union comes an inevitable separation. When his journey neared its final chapters, as he took up arms against the god of destruction, I returned to the forests of Lumacier. After my return to the archipelago, I briefly longed for his companionship, but the flora and fauna kept me company. Decades came and went, and one day I would encounter yet another young visitor to the island. There was no mistaking it. This was his offspring. I realized at that very moment the time had come. He had entrusted this child to me from the ends of the skies. My heart swelled, but I concealed my excitement, flashing naught but a smile at the young captain. I would join the up-and-coming Skyfarer's crew on the Grand Cipher for another journey across the skies, this time as a bystander. During their travels, they would experience joys and triumphs alongside loss and hardship. I continued to observe from afar, doing my best to obscure my true intentions. My roots were well planted in the past. Knowing what I knew, would I be able to act as a part of their crew in earnest? Before long, my ambivalence would come to a head. My convictions had begun to waver. Was this the right approach? Of course, I was conscious of reality. I knew their journey wouldn't be easy. They would have to face the harsh life the skies had in store for them. And with our foes only becoming more and more cumbersome even for myself, could I possibly protect them? My presence on the Grand Cipher was inconsequential, and at worst, a hindrance to the crew. I thought if I weren't here, the captain, EO, the entire crew would handle themselves just fine. Perhaps the time had come to retire to the forests once more. But as I was preparing to leave, EO grabbed my hand so sweetly, so innocently, and said she needed me to stay. I couldn't bring myself to abandon her. I would be the bystander no longer. Everyone in the crew had a role to play, and I would be the exception no more. Finally, I found my purpose. I was free to experience the skies once again, hand in hand with the captain. It wasn't duty or obligation that anchored me to this crew. It was love. And I promised to always protect them. I would leave no regrets in the skies. Thus, our journey continued. Only this time I felt that I was a true member of the Grand Cipher.
So, now we know Rosetta's role and why she's so mysterious. First off, she's an astral. Literally one of the living weapons. Well, not an astral, she's essentially a primal beast. Sorry about that. I had to change that. She is a primal beast. But she, walked away from it all, gained a new name because of Gran's father, not grandfather, but Gran's dad, traveled with him for a time. And, you know, primal beasts tend to live so much longer than human beings, along with astrals. You know, decades, centuries can pass for them. But, you know, as soon as Gran came in on the scene, she recognized him as like, oh, this is the son of the man that I traveled around with. Yeah, I'm going to look after him. So now we know why Rosetta's there. But, you know, sticking with the Grand Cypher crew has enabled her to see things a whole lot differently, a whole lot broader. Instead of just being a bystander, she can live. And that's a good thing.
During our stay in Seed Hollow, a certain request made its way into our hands. We were to inspect sightings of a mysterious young girl near the Seed Hollow castle.
You don't think she's a ghost, do you?
I put a hand on Lyria's shoulder to comfort her and asked the client for more details. According to reports, the young girl appeared to be looking for something. Workers helping with the castle's restoration effort would attempt to approach her, but she would vanish before they could get close. Each sighting would spook another handful of builders until there weren't enough hands to complete repairs. By all accounts, it seemed to be a ghost. Of course, I couldn't admit that to Lyria. It was not uncommon for spirits to take refuge in ancient ruins or castles and play tricks on any unfortunate souls passing by. They were almost never malicious, even friendly sometimes. However, we couldn't take our chances. I just wished we had more information to work with. There was something familiar about this story. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it.
All right, time to see what would be good on Rosetta. I could just increase the attack power that she's doing. I could do that. Okay, that's a maximum of 30. I don't need 3 of these. And Gaju, you say you already got the supplementary sigils? Of course you did. Of course! Of course! Why am I not surprised you are getting your hands on all this stuff so easily? You've been blessed. While I'm over here struggling!
The bustling streets and alleyways of Seed Hollow were steeped in an unusual silence. Rumors of the phantom sightings had spread, and the citizens became too fearful to leave their homes. We were still missing a part of the picture, but what was it?
I'm sure it was just Someone's mind's playing tricks on them.
Poor Lyria. I needed to wrap up this investigation as quickly as possible. However, despite our comprehensive search of the castle, nothing stood out as unordinary. We'll have to come back another day. Just then, I noticed a faint movement in the corner of my eye. Wait, it couldn't be.
Huh? What are these guys doing here? We already took care of Angraminyu.
Ominous forms. Foul creatures born from the primal beast, Angraminyu. Surely they weren't the cause of the sightings, were they? I had my doubts, but this was no time for questions. The castle was in dire need of some pruning.
Ah, flower puns. Controlling Rosetta! I feel like I'm going to be seeing these screens for the first time. Actually, this might be the last time I see like one of these starter screens since I've already played as the other characters. So this will be the last time I see this screen for characters. At least until April when we get Seophon and Toyin. Rosetta, a woman shrouded in mystery, is actually the incarnation of Primal Beast's Rose Queen. She makes beautiful roses bloom on the battlefield. That's crazy, ain't it? She's a reincarnation of a primal beast. Her square attacks have decent reach, and triangle plants roses. Roses planted on the battlefield will automatically attack foes within range. Hold triangle to pick a planting spot. Roses level up by hitting foes, boosting their effectiveness. Whenever Rosetta ends a combo with triangle, party members inside a rose's radius are granted with a buff.
Such hostility. It seems we've no choice but to fight.
She got that. She kind of has that Bayonetta strut, just a little bit. She kind of has it, but her hip sway is not as big as Bayonetta's. Bayonetta is like, my goodness, how them dips, them hip dips, how you do that though? But she kind of has it just a little bit.
This place will need more than a restoration if we don't do something about this. Looks like it's clear for now. Shall we?
Work it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you see that?
Interesting. He supposedly disappears if you attempt to get close. But perhaps that wasn't the entire truth. Our job's not finished yet. Shall we? They've infested the entire courtyard. Who's ready for a pruning?
Here goes!
Doctor's in.
Beat him down!
I love this.
Hey, my roses need to be leveled up. Be so kind as to walk into the sphere.
It's time for a ranged battle. That's right up your alley, isn't it?
Full bloom!
They hunt from underground. You can't lose track of them.
Rain on the hills.
More? There's such a thing as being too popular, you know? Quite a tenacious bunch, aren't they? Question is, where are they coming from?
You're still
My
marvelous.
hero.
Get a clue already.
That should be the last of them.
And
Wait a second. What is that?
Evergreen crystal fragment.
What's this? A crystal fragment. I took a closer look. Within its faded luster was a familiar green aura. But where had I seen it before?
Hold up a second! Doesn't that remind you of those hallowed ground spots?
Vern was right. Its glow was nearly identical to the crystals found on hallowed grounds. Their unique aura kept monsters at bay, providing travelers with safe haven. Did this shard come from one?
It's faint, but Excavalian's aura. I can feel it coming from inside.
That couldn't be. I focused on the crystal splinter in hand, and indeed, there was the presence of a familiar primal. Excavalian was the primal beast of Dolly Island, much farther than a stone's throw from here. So why were we able to feel its presence all the way in Seed Hollow?
It's not the only one. I think I can feel another primal beast here too.
Another primal? How could that be possible? A phantom girl, Excavalian, ominous forms, and now another primal beast. None of it made any sense. As we unraveled more of the castle's secrets, it became clear that we had barely scratched the surface of its walls.
Yeah?
Yes, can I help you?
We're almost halfway there. Well, yeah, we are halfway there, though. We are halfway there. You know what? Real quick, in preparation for the potential fight that Rosetta is probably going to have, let me see about upgrading her weapon real quick.
I'll unlock its hidden potential.
So nice of the game to give me some Damascus ingots. Oh. But I don't need it. I can uncap this weapon all by itself. Don't need to worry about it.
Well, look at that.
Then I can uncap it again.
Always aim for the top.
Don't need to worry about it. Then I can uncap it a final time. Don't need to worry about it.
I'll unlock its hidden potential.
Wait a minute. Silver Centrum? Do I want to spend it? Do I want to spend it?
I'll handle it.
Nah.
Success.
Alright, let's imbue this with something useful. Critical hit rate. Also, look at how ridiculous this Vitality Rightstone is. I got this last night, and me and Gajo kind of laughed at it. It's a Vitality Rightstone that has a pretty decent amount of critical hit rate on it, but it has both Provoke and Low Profile on it. Let me show you what these stats mean. For Provoke, foes are more likely to target you. For Low Profile, foes are less likely to target you. So I have two skills that both encourages and discourages foes to attack me. But the Provoke is slightly stronger than the Low Profile, but the Low Profile has a chance of working as well. I got a Rightstone that tells enemies to come get me and also go away. How? How is that even possible? Oh, you know what? Weak point damage, regen, and drain?
that?
So not only is she regenerating her health, but she's also draining health with each hit, so that's kind of interesting to have on her Love Eternal. You know what? I'm gonna use that for her. Yeah.
Don't forget about
That
us.
seems like it'll be fun for a while. Alright, got new mastery bonuses I can get. I need to go back to leveling up my mastery so I can start to get all these characters all maxed out.
How passionate. I feel a new power brewing within. Beauty is in the hand of the wielder. I'll cherish every blossom. How lovely. I'll cherish every blossom.
Alright, let's continue on. By the time I get done with these episodes, it's probably going to be already past my 6-hour limit mark. But I'm seeing this through to the end. Let's complete the rest of Rosetta's stuff.
We were back at square one. In hopes of finding some new leads, we split up and interviewed every Seed Hollow local we could find. Despite our efforts, we found little new information. Zothba and his connections, on the other hand, proved invaluable once more as they unearthed a new clue. The girl wore a crown of flowers. I froze in place. I knew this primal. In fact, I learned of her on my first visit to Sega Grande. Konohana Sakuya, was it? Yes. An ethereal girl bearing a floral crown? It had to be her. Her presence would explain why Lyria sensed a primal beast in addition to Excavalion. She was pact-bound to Ulmarane Island, and she held domain over blossoming flowers. The unusually vibrant bouquets blooming across Seed Hollow just added more proof of her proximity. With the culprit identified, only one problem remained. Me. After what Sakuya and I went through, I doubt she would ever show herself around me again.
Well, isn't that a sharp boost in attack power? We were only in the 900s and now we're in the 2000s. That's funny to me.
Before I could share this revelation, there was something else I needed to discuss with the crew. Not about Konohana Sakuya, but my time spent with the captain's father. His crew was on a journey to collect Astrum fragments. These fragments were said to have fallen straight from the astral realm and contained the power of the primal beasts themselves. Using the fragments, the captain's father could separate astral power embedded within primal beasts and return them to their original forms. That was the purpose of his journey. His was a mission of liberation, to free so-called deities and legends who were tethered to the sky realm. Once free from the shackles of their corporeal forms, they could fade back into the nebulous ideas and faiths that had given them structure in the first place. Of course, it would be up to the primal beasts themselves to make this decision. Some had grown quite fond of living in the sky realm. However, there were countless others who were born into the skies, cursed to fight for eternity. These were the ones who longed for a return to the immaterial. At the lowest point in my existence, when I felt I had no purpose in these skies, I'm sure I felt the same. Regardless, some were quick to brand us a ruthless crew of primal hunters. And surely Konohana Sakuya had heard the rumors. But the question remained, why had she decided to reveal herself to me now? Unfortunately, simply knowing the identity of the girl would not solve the problem of her many phantom appearances.
So, is this a Kahuna Yakuza? You think she's the one causing the monsters to come out?
Unlikely. I've never met her in person, but I don't think she and the ominous forms are connected in the slightest.
Yo, got some new intel on the girl. You're still working the case, right?
The family Zathba had been continuing to search for clues in the background, and thankfully, their search bore fruit. In one of the areas where the ghostly girl was sighted, a bystander had found an ancient book.
Broke my brain trying to read the dumb thing, but you're smart and pretty smart and, well, yeah.
Oh, poor boy couldn't even get his words straight. Thank you. You're quite the gentleman.
No, I'm not. I'm a badass. Anyway, I should get going.
He had barely placed the book in my hands before scurrying off. What had gotten into him, I wonder? I opened the book and peered through the rune-like characters inside. No normal person would be able to decipher this.
Oh, that looks really complicated.
Really? Let me see.
When Vern approached the book, Roland's transceiver began to glow. It illuminated the text, somehow morphing the illegible script into something readable. My breath caught in my chest. Had an astral authored this book?
Ooh, this is interesting. This is the first explore mission for a Fate episode I've done. Interesting. Last one was like Horde, but this is the first explore.
The text seemed to be a log from an experiment of sorts. Although it was barely legible, I tried to grasp its meaning. Originally, it was Excavalion, primal beast of fortification, who forged a pact with Almarine Island. Although it's unclear why, Excavalion would eventually migrate to Dali, leaving Konohana Sakuya to take its place on Almarine. That was all I could make out of the texts. With this new information, I needed to re-examine the facts. First, the stage. Almarine Island, home to Seed Hollow and its citizens, once protected by Excavalion. Next, a curious switch. Konohana Sakuya takes its place as the island's pact-bound primal. Now, our present mysteries. A crystal shard replete with Excavation's aura. Angra Mainyu's altar beneath the castle, the ominous forms. And finally, Konohana Sakuya's curious reappearance. Think, Rosetta. Was the shard left behind by Excavalion? Did it serve a purpose in protecting the island? It was possible that Avia's invasion of Seed Hollow destroyed this mechanism, causing the primal to reveal herself in defense.
Now that I think about it, the ghost rumors started to pop up only after that crystal beneath the castle was destroyed.
So, it was all connected. There's no time to explain, but more ominous forms will appear if we don't repair this island's defense system. Where could we find another fortifying crystal?
How about Dali? That's where Excavalion lives now, right? Maybe it's got a spare lying around.
Indeed. If we were to find a solution to our problems, it would be buried beneath those churning sands. If I'm not mistaken, we should come across a guardian crystal not too far from here. Let's take a look around those hills. Do you remember where we fought that griffin?
Oh, they don't want to give me no speed boosts out here. I see something.
Oh, oops. Didn't mean to wake you. Mind letting us pass through?
I take that as a no. Just gonna straight up dive bomb a lady when she's walking through the sands of Tatooine? What's going on?
Not quite the crystal we're looking for.
But you can't keep her down because she regenerates. That's kind of busted. Regeneration. Sure, it's probably not gonna protect you at proud difficulty
Wild
because a
monsters
lot of...
den. I'd like to avoid needless bloodshed if possible.
Because bosses on proud difficulty will just chew through your health. And, I mean, I don't know how strong regeneration is at its max level.
What's wrong?
What a treat. Wind in the field.
Good lord, we need a One Piece game like this.
Duh, that ain't it.
We need a Jujutsu Kaisen game like this. Because Curse Clash ain't it. We need a... Did I say Bleach? I think I said Bleach already. We need a My Hero Academia game like this. Imagine playing a game like this and you're controlling All for One and you're doing all these hero missions or villain missions. Imagine you're controlling All for One, Shigaraki, Dabi, and Himiko Toga. Just imagine. Just imagine. Okay, so if that wasn't it, then chances are what I need is over there. Brother can't get no speed boost over there?
I don't think we're in the right place. Let's try to hit up that hilly area.
Okay, never mind. I was in the wrong spot. I see now.
Excavalion. It's faint, but I can feel it.
Did we find it?
I think this might be it. It's the biggest piece I've found. Yep.
A cobra! It must have been waiting to strike!
It seems words won't work here. Get ready, everyone. Careful. Don't let it strike you with that. Now then, where were we?
Wow, we did it! Let's take this crystal back to Seed Hollow.
Shortly after securing a crystal from Dolly, we returned to Seed Hollow Castle. We installed the new crystal beneath the castle, causing a pale green light to illuminate the area. It was the familiar aura of hallowed ground, sure to repel any lingering ominous forms.
It's too bad we couldn't meet her. Konohana Sakuya.
The mystery had been solved on nearly all fronts. I'd be lying if I said I was completely satisfied, however. After all was said and done, I still didn't get the opportunity to clear the air with her.
I just want to see what happens if I put more regen on her. Just to see how it'll turn out. But we're almost done with today's session, ladies and gentlemen.
Peace returned to Seed Hollow, and it was soon back to the usual hustle and bustle. I informed the frightened repairman of the girl's true identity, the primeval god of Seed Hollow.
A primeval god? Holy macaroni! That's a spicy nugget of news. How do you manage to stay so charming and informed?
A lady never reveals her secrets.
It's a little sad that you couldn't meet Konohana Sakuya. I know you wanted to apologize to her.
I knew, somewhere deep down, that talking with her wouldn't bring back all the journeys I had with the captain's father. However, seeing all the blooming flowers across the city, it almost felt as if she was acknowledging me anyway. I may well have imagined it, but call it something of a mutual understanding between distant sisters. After the vibrant patchwork of spring began to spread throughout Seed Hollow, I made a habit of taking a daily stroll around the city. On one of my walks, I had mindlessly put the crystal fragment in my dress. After arriving at a particularly sunny spot, I took it out to admire it. Something about it was different today. Instead of my usual reflection, if not only for a brief second, I saw a smile that wasn't my own. A girl in a flower crown. Our eyes met for a second before, pop! A single rose had materialized at my feet. When I looked back into the fragment, she was nowhere to be seen. Although I can't prove it, I know that she was here, listening to me. So I whispered, "Beautiful. This city has blossomed under your care, all while blooming in your own right. You deserve to be here."
New archive entry discovered. Forgotten prayer. CDs! You say, yay, I'm still on. You coming in on the last entry of Rosetta's Fate episode, and the last thing I'm doing for this particular stream for today. You are late, my brother, but I will be continuing with Charlotta, Fairy, Narmaya, Lancelot, Vane, and Percival for the next session. And then we'll cap it all off with Siegfried, Cagliostro, Yodara, Zeta, Vasaraga, and then lastly, Id. So yeah, we went through Gran all the way down to Rosetta, Charlotta all the way down to Percival will be the next session, and then Siegfried all the way down to Id will be the last one.
All right, see you.
And we got plenty of trophies because of all of the Fate episodes we've done today. It probably would have gone slightly faster. It probably would have gone slightly faster had I not stopped to try and do some missions, like the slime mission, or the assault formation mission, or that proud ice dragon mission. That took about a good 7 minutes or so, but still surprised I managed to survive that with just like AI characters who are not fully optimized yet. But overall, it went well. We did good. Claim all rewards. I see another ambrosia. I see more Mirage munitions. I got my hands on some more glint crystals, some fortitude crystals, some exceptional Raphanium, which is going to be necessary for them later weapon upgrades and all. So yeah, we did pretty good. Now, I gotta call it a session. I'm still surprised my controller's still full, but there you them's the breaks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a fantastic session for today for GRANBLUE Fantasy Relink. We completed more Fate missions as I'm making my way down the list. We've unlocked more characters. Well, pretty much we've unlocked every character for the base game. And I went out of my way to get some of their weapons, forge some of their weapons, and upgrade some of their weapons. And I'm probably going to keep leveling everybody and just dedicating time to getting those machine units so I can max out my vouchers. Because as it stands right now, let me show you guys. Let me show you. It is at a stock of 5. So I need that to reach 45. So I can have 50 in stock. Look at that. Butterfly's Awakening. Ebony's Awakening. These 2 skills on 1 sigil. I want this. But this is for Narmaya. Ebony's Awakening is for Vasaraga. Mage's Awakening, this looks like Io. But that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I'm aiming for. So I'm not spending any. I'm not spending any of my vouchers, any of my stock on anything until I get this bar. Until that stock says 50. It's gonna take some time, but I've noticed I could be a little bit of a night owl lately. So. I'll keep going until it gets up to 50. And then when it gets up to 50, we're going to try and get as many character dual skill sigils as we can. So I'll probably save that for the next session. I'm going to be doing a lot of farming, you guys. But that's what I wanted to show you guys for right now. That's what I'm going to be working towards. And once I do that, then I'll start focusing on like side stuff and some more side missions. Still going to be gaming with Gajil as we work towards getting our hands on the 6th weapons for all characters, or at least our mains. So while these gloves are very good, they are his Ascension gloves, but his 6th weapon is essentially what is called his best weapon. So even though this is, fully maxed out, I don't even have his 6th weapon yet, so that's something I'm gonna work on. But, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a wonderful audience. Whether you're new here to this channel, or you're a veteran stopping by like usual, all I can say to you is, hope y'all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, subscribe, become a member, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later peoples.